ready to rumble. To the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. To the ring. into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring.
And welcome on board to the grand finals of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And it's the 12th iteration. Now joining me on the desk today is going to be Warden. Welcome back, buddy. You've been MIA for only a day or two. And man, back into the grand finals we go.
I know I did a bit of my farewell on my second day of the rod in this tournament, but great to be back here once again here on the desk with you. And quite honestly, I was eyeing out on the matchups on yesterday's run, and I gotta say, definitely a different nature when it comes to playing, coming from the playoffs to the grand finals itself, bro.
Yeah, and we've seen so many great names managing to thrive throughout those altercations that they have throughout, 30 span of matches. I mean, these guys are getting no breaks at all. I mean, I'm here for the ride as well so far for the past couple of days. So we're definitely down to see what changes here, because now all the points go on the reset and we have our top 18 teams to be at the ready to set the Smash rule points.
Yeah, let's get it, man. I mean, the implementation of the Smash rule point here, Contra, we talked about it coming from my first initial days, that this is probably one of the best rule sets out here implemented into the environment here for Pubg Mobile. It's just, keeping things more intense. Everyone has to run around trying to claim and smash it all around. So name it, it really fits into the name as well. And definitely going to be providing a lot more action up ahead here, especially on his grand finals.
That's right. And now that they will be pretty much in the same fixture, there's not going to be separate groups altogether. We're going to be having 18 teams in the lobby, so to speak. So everyone's really got to fight their hardest. And of course, this is a point system that we've been using for at least about 3-4 years right now. And it's always been pretty much the fair systems. Back then, it was like, 25 points for chicken dinner, and that becomes inflated, So we got to stick to the usual. So, of course, every single drop of point of elimination counts for each respective teams.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of teams actually still not doing too shabby, even if they don't really bag into the eliminations, but still, it's just so much better to have a safety net when you can have a mixture of both, endure and sustain until the end of the run, alongside getting some elimination points in the process. But obviously, it's easier said than done, and especially since now we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the grand finals of this event.
That's right, and of course, that being said, we've seen so many different play styles, like you said. MBKE is definitely one of those names that love to play strategically, and they are part of the top 18. So we're already done with the playoffs over the past couple of days, and now we kickstart our very first day here in the grand finals, and it will end on the 26th of this month. So you guys thinking, oh, maybe I'm just going to be absolutely bored with no action going on the weekdays. What, Mondays and Tuesdays won't be that blue anymore.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what I like here for this Ruthless Invitational Showdown 12, and overall, just working with Ruthless overall, they keep these schedules pretty compact and concise, and they just don't want any dry days at all, and it gives a lot of these teams as well a lot more pressure. You don't really have a lot of days to go back on track, take a day off or two, and make sure you get your things right on the drawing board. But now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, here is the Smash rule that will be introduced here on the day 4.
That's right. So on the first 3 days, it's still pretty much as per usual, where teams are just trying to get as many points as possible. So the number 1 team will be the one that sets the match point. And then we just add 10 points onto the name, and that is the brand new high score to beat. Just like, maybe back in the days you played Tetris, you keep wanting to beat your friend on their high score, on how far you could go. Yep, pretty much it, where once they are eligible for the match point, they then need to score the chicken dinner to close the whole show. And then we crown them as the champions of the Invitational Showdown.
Yeah, I mean, I don't exactly know if you were just talking about Contra, but just 30 minutes ago I was actually playing Tetris, so...
Really?
But anyways, no. First of all, we got to play around environment here for Pubg Mobile. Once again, honored to be here. Ruthless, thank you so much once again for having me here. It's a pretty blissful opportunity and contract. Great to be back here once again. And how much more as well, we're going to be kicking off the first day of the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait any longer. I mean, we've got all these powerhouses who's been able to really rack up so many of all these crazy numbers. I'm pretty sure that some of the names like Team Flash definitely have been giving us some great attention when they do have those big points. But we're also looking at very consistent volumes of points now being gathered by Vampire Esports, And also for the likes of Team Secret, BTR is also up there on the list. And I do believe that some of the teams have been holding back because they actually did just about enough to get into the top 18. And now maybe teams like APG can start to shine.
Yeah, man. I mean, I wouldn't be so surprised as well if a lot of these teams will just do the bare minimum to make it to the grand finals and just start to blow out when the grand finals comes along. And so far, we've seen it already. Alter Ego Ares actually was one of those squads that actually turned things around for their last initial days here on the playoffs. And hey, fortunately, it's the grand finals now, and it's where times actually matter the most. So let's get it on here. Participating teams that left is remaining now into the competition. We got Team Flash, Alter Ego Ares, Vampire Esports, Bigetron by Vitality, Alpha Gaming, Team Secret, Talon Esports, Pubg, and the Vikings themselves. And we got Triber Messi as well there on the bottom side, Sem90, Xavier, AZ Slumber, RQ, Solid Digital Alliance, Strain to Kill, Boom Esports, and 4 Tribes.
Yeah, I got a little story about the teams that were almost at the brink of elimination, such as AZ Slumber. They were fighting for their lives, and then they found a chicken dinner somewhere in the midst of the tournament yesterday night. And after that, they were breezing and oozing with confidence to the point that they've been really feeling a lot more comfortable to really score huge. So I'll keep an eye on AZ Slumber for the moment, while T2K has also been bagging so many chicken dinners as well on both maps, Miramar as well as Erangel. So I definitely think that these guys are definitely hot shots on the table. And of course, we also do have 4 Tries to also be joining us. Now, the question here is that, are we going to be seeing more of those battles between Sem9 versus 4 Tries, because they always contest for those hot drops?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen a lot of applications between these two squads, you know, right from the get-go, just taking up each other. And I just want to bring back what you said as well about AZ Slumber, you know. I mean, over the course of the time that I was there on the playoffs, they were definitely on a slumberish tone. And, well, shocking to see them here on the grand finals. Let's get it on. So far, the squad rosters here will obviously remain the same. I don't think, Patra, do educate me for this one, but I don't think you can have any re-roster changes between the playoffs and the grand finals now.
Well, overall, I think that there's definitely roster reveals where we're having brand new players joining in from inside of BTR. And on top of that, Vampire Esports actually took like 2 players coming in from FaZe Clan to make it the superstar tied roster, which, you know, it's always been like that for the side of VPE. Whereas, take a look at the rest of the field, I think that Alpha Gaming, Team Secret, as well as Talon, they've always been fighting around to break into the top 3. And this is still going to be a little bit more of that jostle of control when it comes down to the kind of play style that they usually implement. So more often than not, you'll see some of these names in the top 4.
Yeah, I want to see a battle between Doc and Doc 2.0, you know, Team Secret and APG. For Triber Messi, though, they own my hearts on the playoffs, man. I mean, the biggest standout out here, but one thing about them, they played games pretty scrappy, always putting themselves into the top picture, at least for some sense of rounds. Sem9, on the contrary, we've talked about them as well, and for a moment of time, I was really rooting for them, and a bit of a slow start in the tournament, but fortunately, you know, they bagged themselves here in the grand finals as well.
Yeah, and overall, we'll look at D-Saver. They've only tried to push towards the tail end, just like how Alter Ego did, but of course, now with everyone going on full force, I'm thinking on what exactly is the tone that is going to be set when we actually jump into maybe our first 3 games, because those are opportunities for certain teams to just leapfrog all the way up to the top, to the point that maybe it's going to be hard for others to catch them if they secure like maybe 2 back-to-back wins, or at least top 2 finishes in that sense.
Definitely. I mean, every roster that we've been seeing here so far has had their own fair share of highlights and spotlights, and that's granted. Obviously, there's a big particular reason why they are now here on the grand finals, and we do have an overview as well. We know with AZ Slumber, RQ, Talon Digital Alliance, and now we take a look at the last 2 squads that will be participating into the grand finals. And it's going to be Boom Esports and 4 Tribes Esports. I gotta say, here, Contra, I've been expecting a lot of things here for the set of 4 Tribes. A bit of a late start as well inside of that playoffs, but fortunately, they got the groove as well.
Yeah, and of course, when we take a look at these 2 teams, they usually do have explosive runs, especially when it comes down to late game. Boom Esports, though, they seemingly struggled for the past couple of days, but then again, right after, you know, all these sort of situations where they fall below that 18 placement yesterday, and they start to realize, hey, we need to work a whole lot harder. And in that very final game, it was really between Voin Donkey or Boom Esports. But Voin crashed out early, so Boom took their chance because there was another factor that needs to happen, right? Team 52, they played their last game on match number 29, and then nobody's there to contest them in Miramar anymore. They had Impala for free, so they did manage to finish top 2, and that was sufficient in that round for them to qualify.
We'll see about if they're going to be able to bag this one through and just stay more consistent here all throughout this run. After all, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are just tuning in, it's going to be the first day of the grand finals for our Ruthless Invitational Showdown 12. Joining on to this once again, my name's Warden and Contra to bring you commentary here at the back end. But Contra, I don't exactly know what to expect. I don't even know what's next here. Are we going to be throwing our predictions? Are we going to be cycling through the maps and schedules, rotations? I don't exactly know, but one thing for sure, I'm pretty excited to see the action pan out.
I believe that it is about time for us to go in for predictions since, it's going to be on us for a little while. So we're just waiting on, production to just bring up some of all these updates out here. And, I guess, since you've been away, I'm not too sure if, there's any more extra points added towards production side or me in particular. But, hey, I think that you still have plenty more games that you can catch up on.
Yeah, I'm down to go back to back 6 times in a row to overtake my boy Contra. But obviously, I don't know why Contra, but every time I root for a team, predict for them, they always probably finish like number 2, number 3 for the round. At least part of the top 5, but not really enough to bag in those points. I gotta learn a lot from Contra, especially from the production themselves, bro. I mean, they started off the whole event with a pretty drastic lead.
Well, don't learn from me. I mean, production has got the best track record throughout every single season. They've always at least best us by 2 points at most. So we gotta also take a look at these teams that you picked as well. Hey, you're not too far off. So your predictions have always landed almost on the dot. So yeah, I guess we'll get that one sorted. But hey, 2 more minutes on the clock, and I'm thinking that we're going to be having pretty much the same rotation of maps as we kick off in Erangel once more. Since we didn't really have our predictions being shown, is there any hot favorites for you moving into this map of Erangel?
Erangel specifically, hands down, bro. I can't forget about it. Team Flash on Erangel was probably the most exciting segment that I've ever seen so far. Interesting flow of rotation for the maps, though. I mean, we're going to be starting off at Erangel, but back-to-back Miramar, and after that, back-to-back Erangel, and then we close things off at Miramar as well.
Yeah, and overall, I think that the past couple of days, Alter Ego has been able to play catch-up for the moment, and Team Flash still remains to be the feistiest team of it all. So I'm really hoping to see these 2 teams really go at each other. So other than that, I guess the rest of the field, like V-Saber, they haven't fully shown their cards until right now. They have stepped right into the grand finals. Are they going to be finally amping up their pace? So we'll have to really catch on to that. So we got 1 minute left. So is it finally prediction time?
We'll see about it. I mean, for me, regardless if it does prompt now or later, it is going to be Team Flash for me on the first round. I just generally feel like Team Flash just has that, the pump as well. And I feel like in some way, a definitely big contender that has been pretty promising ever since the first initial day, but hasn't really found the consistency yet, has been APG. Do correct me if I'm wrong, though. I did miss out on 1 or 2 days or so. So APG or Team Flash, it's a toss-up between those 2, but we'll see later on.
Yeah, I definitely think that they still show very promising signs over on the course of their run there. They've been able to maintain the pace, even if they don't really go in to win out chicken dinners or get into top 4. They will still be looking for, some frag volumes to be able to carry on forward. So that being said, I'm going for Alter Ego. I think that they've definitely shown that consistency. So I'm looking forward to see more from AE.
I think I'm going to stick to my initial boys, Team Flash, for this very round. I'm pretty confident, although I don't know why half of my heart says APG, but we'll see about it. Production team, what's your call? Who are you going for here? inside. So far, you guys are tied up 3-3, so it is going to be BTR by Vitality. That does ring a bell in some way. I was kind of like leaning towards going for the side of BTR by Vitality as well, but I just remembered how Team Flash was able to dismantle that roster on the playoffs. But come again, this is the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, so definitely going to be probably a lot more surprises up ahead.
Yep, I'm definitely looking forward to see what unfolds right now. And for most part, I think like a lot of all these teams, they've already stabilized some rosters. Now, the big question remains is that, you know, there's certain teams that feel like 5-6 players, and we maybe haven't seen like the full usage of their entire lineup. One such example is Vampire Esports, because they've been fielding Gui as well as Red Bull, both who have played back in FaZe Clan for the past couple of seasons. Now that they move in, I felt like it kind of gels really well to make this Vampire Esports roster to be even more gruesome on their approach. I feel like the past couple of days, they're only focused on the first couple of days, they focus on kill pressure, and then on top of the third as well as fourth day, that's where they start to look for more chicken dinners.
I mean, you know, it's just that adaptability you kind of want to look for inside of this game, you know. And I feel like this rotations of the maps that we're going to be seeing. Yes, we start things off at Erangel, we go back to Miramar, back to back as well. I feel like that's going to be like offering a lot of like these opportunities for like, okay, we're between the round itself, maybe we can do something better in the next time around. And that's kind of what I would like here for this one. Or it could be the total opposite around. Maybe you don't really have enough time to go back to the drawing board and map things out. After all, a lot of things happens in the nature and the universe of PUBG Mobile. So let's just see who's going to be able to really adapt to the environment here on the Grand Finals.
Yeah, and overall, I'm super excited to also witness who eventually thrives in Miramar overall, because that pacing coming into Miramar is so much faster than what we saw back into maybe normal PMSL tournaments. I mean, arguably even Erangel as well, right? Because usually by stage 5, I felt like we were already down to only 5 teams. Like that pacing is just absolutely wild. Even normally, when you look at the rest of the official circuits, you'll still see like 10 teams by that kind of stage. So it definitely is a very different kind of play style that these teams are actually showing to us. But it's actually great to see. I mean, it just goes to show that everyone really wants to go for a little bit more of that fast-paced action.
And it's kind of what I like, you know, just throw your buddies out there. Although, like, we all know it's pretty punishing if you do, you know, drop your life and actually get knocked out of the round, because you can't really, you can't really recall back your teammates in this game. So, you know, you got to be cautious in some way, but at the same time, you need to have that somewhat, you know, some sense of thirst as well to get those elimination points. After all, elimination points are truly a big factor in regards to setting your tone, setting yourself apart from the, you know, general composition of the competition. So I don't exactly know what to say. I mean, we may be seeing, we may see teams take it a bit more cautiously here, but at the same time, I wouldn't be so surprised as well if a lot of these teams will start things off on a high note.
That's right. Just a quick check with production. We gotta bet our game soon, because I know all of you fans out there are super eager to see the very first matchup between our top 18 teams. Now, I think like one of the points of discussion that we may have missed out is that now with 18 teams in the lobby versus 16, I feel like it becomes so much more compact that undeniably we'll see a few teams being forced to actually share township. So that being said, I mean, even before 18 teams were getting so many hot drops, now we're perhaps getting even more.
Yeah, okay. I totally missed out on that one as well, bro. This is gonna be pretty interesting thing. I mean, if we thought that the playoffs was fast, how much more swelling on the grand finals? After all, you know, you add what? Plus, if I'm not mistaken, play up. Wait, am I doing my math wrong? Plus 2 in the competition, right? We have 16 teams overall, or 15 teams right from the get-go. So it's gonna be pretty big. Definitely, we're bound to probably expect a lot more of those hard drops, specifically probably in Erangel. Not too certain about Miramar. After all, it's a pretty wide map. But another thing, obviously, you will kind of want to consider as well what is going to be the flight path. And fortunately enough, we are not going to be guessing anymore what will the flight path be, as we are starting the first initial round here on the Grand Finals for Ruthless Invitational Showdown 12.
All right, perfectly on the dot we go, but within the next 10 seconds, and we will see who will be the one that gets the first dibs and a very big fight as we kick on back onto our classic matchup in this map. So we want to take a look at how this flight's going to treat them, as it will bypass from the islands into the northeast corners of Stourbridge.
Here we go. Gonna be slicing here directly from the general vicinity of the Sosnovka military base, and it's gonna be heading straight to Kameshki. So there's definitely gonna be a lot of inclusion here, especially on the eastern side of the map. Pool is definitely gonna be accessible here in the process, alongside Pochinki. For those who likes to play around Melita and Yasnaya, that's definitely gonna be an option as well, alongside Lipovka. But fortunately, we're going to be seeing one of those rare occurrences where there's not the availability of Georgia Pool to be all around, alongside probably Gatka. So, hey, that's going to be a pretty long glide if ever they want to do so as well. There could be a possible slide occurrence as well. They might take a gamble to probably glide across the Bernie, but that might just be a topic later on.
Probably so, and look at the changes already being made. Vampire Esports, they immediately drop right into the south side of the island. And as much as there is not too many loots around this vicinity, it kind of solidifies their position if it does end up inside of the island itself, which we were being treated with a couple of those instances for the past 2 days at the very least. So looking at the rest of the field though, since this is pretty much skewered, now it absolutely benefits teams like APG, Talon, and nonetheless, Vampire Esports.
Oh, I know you want. I know you like the look of that circle itself. I mean, you've been craving for a military-based, circle for the last initial. So hey, looking like it is bound to happen. Obviously, it's still gonna be distinctivized later on if ever it does shift towards the direction, because there's still some mainland action that could come along. But for the time being, though, whoever decided to invest himself towards the northern side of the map feels bad for you, boy. But on the feed, Xavier already having a tussle up against the players of the Vikings.
Oh wow, it feels like a full flush, and they just take on their countrymen, wiping them down to only 2 members left. And speaking of which, there's a little bit of back and forth trade. Falak catches 1 member out of the Saber as well, and Levi's, he didn't really get to actually participate at all. And we're already seeing so many names taken off the list.
Yeah, already. I mean, that's what you got when you bring in at least 70 plus players inside of a lobby. And now the game ensues here with Sem9 having the first 2 eliminations to their name as well. That is brought to you by Satria alongside Haikyuu himself. And that's going to be pretty good here for the Malaysians. Malaya OP, baby.
Well, they're definitely looking pretty strong for the past couple of rounds. As for Sem9, I would say that they are not showing a sign of consistency yet. But the very final game yesterday, Farron, I think he backed 9 points by himself. Maybe I exaggerated the number, but he definitely pulled up a couple of clutch instances, which kind of maintains it for the side of Sem9.
Yeah, man. I mean, we do have Kodak here, which is feeding off from the damage that Sem9 was able to put up. And fortunately for M9, alongside Manap is going to be out away from the seed here, and it's just kind of unfortunate here for set of Todak. They haven't really found a lot of breathing room, especially in the map of Erangel. So not a pretty great start here for them. And so far, I mean, they were one of the only 3 squads that has been through a casualty here. Next to that is going to be the Vikings with 2 casualties on towards their way. And the Xavier losing 1 player in the process. But hey, the round continues here now with AZ Slumber having a bit of a fight now here on the top side. And that's going to be Vampire Esports here, holding things down.
Oh, the good choice is on. Right now, the rest of the vampires have arrived to the scene. Miz does it all by himself, but with that puppy, he managed to deplete Mela. But now here comes the rescue. Ripple, just in the nick of time, comes in to clean up shop. But Mela has been secured though, so that's a little bit of a hiccup.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. Yeah, Lao 6 is going to be out from the scene though for the set of Vampire Esports, and I never want to hate to say that, see it, because you're a big Vampire Esports fan, you know for sure how impactful Meow Lao 6 is overall for the squad. But hey, the round persists here. still got so much time, but Alter Ego Era is actually looking forward, has a quick and pretty wide overview here up against the players of 7-9 in the vehicle.
Yeah, it seems like they really want to find an easy way out, but by the shorelines, it's not safe at all. Rosemary got him all pretty much pinched by the corner, and it's all down to Alba right here with the jump shot to find him. And just like that, 7-9, they're slowly being depleted. And just like that, Alter Ego also getting traded right back. Alba as well as Rosemary goes down, and it's all thanks to Flank coming in from 7-9 from afar.
Yes, flags all around, but the damage has been done. The question is, though, can the Avenger teammate so far Bad Brew off the head, going to be able to throw a few shots, but no, nothing connecting whatsoever. Big shots here for the side of 7-9, but Fex Cry tramples one player off Alter Ego Ares, and that should be sufficient enough actually for them to get the wipe. Oh my days, they made it happen. 7-9, they stay alive.
And just like that, they secure 6 points, and they denied my pick, Alter Ego Ares. Well, you just said Malayu OP. I guess they hear you, man. 7-9 on fire, winning that 1v1 duel by the end of it.
Yeah, pretty gnarly start here for the side of 7-9. Hey, at least you still got 2 players to go, though. And now RQ here going to be sliding and looking to take the challenge up against Vapor Esports. I don't exactly know if that's going to be the right play here initially, but looking like Vapor Esports doesn't really want to have a taste out of it, but no, Lazarus fights Lepar away, and now there's going to be Dipsteed here trying to defend the respawn as well, but off the pump, able to get one. Lazarus now here down to the ground. Big fight here for RRQ and the Vampires.
Oh, it's just a rough run in, and the rest of Vampire Esports right now withered down. They don't really have too many numbers to really deal with the King of Kings at the moment. Echo, Lee's going to be receiving a little bit of backup. And with the cover of the hovercraft, they can still play around. So doing it right now, getting pushed a little bit down to 1 HP. Huey is not going down without a fight. And yes, he does secure it. And Vampire Esports will still be able to triumph up ahead.
Oof, wow. Big shots overall, but you kind of get to see as well the grass of the top competition. No squad whatsoever that has accumulated any elimination points, hasn't dropped a player at all. It always has been 1 to 2 there, so definitely gonna be seeing a pretty bloodshed type round here off this initial start of this grand finals. Take a look at the circle here. It's now gonna be closing up. Only 1 minute and 7 seconds to go before it actually close out fully. Gonna be a lot of rotation here on the northern side of the map. Team Secret, on the contrary, though, they're going to be having their time of life there on Jordan Pool. While to kill, they did come from the vicinity of Severny. Boom Esports going to be right around the vicinity of school as well, so it's not going to be a problem for them. That would draw things back here for the side of Team Flash, and they're going to be having a bit of a fight here up against Triber Massey.
Yeah, certain teams, they just opt to commit over on the mainland and they say, like, you know what? We might not even get past the bridge, so might as well we'll throw the rest of these guys off of their course. So that being said, Team Flash, happy enough to really camp around Milta to blockade some of all these areas of play. Bows finding another one on the block, and they're just having some incredible work rate coming from the distance to shut down 2 of these members of AST. Well, of course, we last saw what you mentioned, Secret, TTK. They're going to take a long wraparound, so I'm not too sure if that actually pays off. And we're already looking at a very different kind of faceted plays coming from all these teams. Everyone's being so proactive here in the grand finals.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, everyone wants to get involved. They always want to put themselves into the picture. And just like that here, look at this. Circle diverting its direction directly to the military base itself. Saznavka Island will be the name of the game on this round. Whoever gets the early rotation might either have to deal with a lot of casualties, obviously, but will be definitely be sitting pretty if ever they do put it up for themselves. But for the time being, though, the Xavier late on the rotation, they are still going to be playing around Pasinki. They're looking to gatekeep a few players here and there, but there's not really a lot of opportunities up ahead.
Yeah, they're just waiting for another shift, perhaps. These Xavier are also taking their sweet time right now. I mean, as much as I say take their sweet time, I don't know where did they actually get those 3 points from. Right now, going all out up against the rest of the members of Team Flash, but the last that we saw, Team Flash already gotten 2 of their members. Now they have completed their ace. So that's the first 4 points being back. Now very top heavy as we currently look at the big winners right now throughout the round. Vampire Esports have been able to match the same numbers against Sem9, but the only difference is that Sem9 is currently tanking the blue zone. Vampire Esports, they're safe inside the island, and look who's here. Alpha Gaming, they've always gotten that kind of priority in the islands whenever this kind of circle appears, because they're the ones who put military base first and foremost.
Yeah, I mean, kind of similar approach here for Set of 7-9 and Vampire Esports, though. I mean, yes, they got 6 eliminations for the name, but what did they lose out on as well? 2 of their members, so a bit of a tough one here to everyone want to prolong their life inside of this game, especially when we talk about stage 6, 7 later on now. Got things back here for 4 Thrives, and they do meet Bigetron by Vitality on the bridge shot, and Federales on the top side of the bridge, able to find one for himself, and that is now going to be the players for 4 Thrive here scrambling across the bridge side.
Oh, this is where we are finally getting ourselves those kind of bridge camp setups. Federales over on the top of the scaffoldings. Frankie right now going on the full Duke out while they're trying to squeeze for that space. Oh, that trade was beautiful, coming in for Boom. And Frankie barely even gets to step right into the shack. Back and forth they go, and Frankie holding on, and boom! They flew all the way on the top! Here comes Yummy to also lend a hand, but it doesn't seem like he needed any help at all. Doc still treading on the tin line. He managed to get a pinch over onto a member, but it's Yummy that takes out Doc instead.
Joen pushing through here, able to get one for himself. Now, big fight. He's going to get a picture with Jukai. Now, going to be able to get the connection. Going to be Pombit there, actually holding on to the Molotov. He has turned his back there. Not too exactly certain what's going to be the call here for them, but it is going to be definitely going to be a prolonged fight here in the process. Cavalry arrives here for Set of Boom Esports. Pombit still prolonging this one. Angela.
Wow, they really had too much going on their plate. I mean, they actually won out that duel, and they could not even handle more and more of that pressure. And it was just great timing for the side of those players. And, you know, I got to ask for a favor from you, buddy. I got to use the quick loop for a little bit, and hopefully I'll be able to make it quick. And, yeah, I'll be right back. You got me, buddy. And just look how depleted all these other teams are. I mean, that's the wrath of the Blue Zone if you're not going to be able to get to the island so safely. And now, the Saber, can they actually find a little bit more of a leeway to actually get right into the zone? Or will they actually fight for a whole lot more? Zeus only down to his last bandit, and he is barely going to be able to get right through. His teammate trying to actually shove into the vehicle. And just like that, okay, a creative way to actually go for a pickup. Win. Okay. All right. He's safe. That's pretty crazy. I mean, Team Flash, they know what exactly to do. But the Blues is also chipping over on the win. Now it's about time that they actually get a couple of seconds just to heal themselves. But CD Alliance might just raid on the Pareto. Oh, that was beautiful. I mean, Team Flash, they really were super prepared once they actually get into the zone. But then again, there's just too many overwhelming numbers out there. My beginning still limping on the ground. Win is kind of in between sandwich. So CD Alliance waiting for the right moment to eventually claim the number, and they just let the Blue Zone do its course. 3 points already for CD Alliance, and oh, I think that's one member being taken out by the Blue Zone itself. So CD Alliance in the pickle as they are driving towards the direction of the shots coming in from Talon Esports.
You're just going to go for the spray down. APG so far are looking quite hot, and again, they've done exactly what Boom and 10-9 was able to do, but just so much better as they have been able to sustain their lives away. APG on a 7th spree for this round.
You know, you told me that you have a gut feeling before your match began, and I think like your gut never lied to you that, yeah, APG, they're firmly in control right now. They have pretty much the poised position inside the zone, and now they're hoping to actually gate a lot more of these teams. Talon over on the low ground, and Sam9, I just spot a couple of teams right here. A chill being tagged up, finding a little bit more of the lich for them to actually hide off for the moment. And here goes Morales, and they go in for a dive up against the rest of the Saber. The Saber, they're going on a dominating spree already, and they won in.
Big ol' spray here for Federalis. Known as the Terminator of it all. Can he sustain? Get this one down. Finds one to the ground. Lamborghini on the other side. Federalis from the back. Gets taken down, and that's going to be Bigetron by Vitality. Eliminated as well.
Wow. This is the different side of DX that we don't get a whole lot back in the playoffs. And now here, meaning serious business in the grand final. 7 points already, racing up against the rest of APG. Meanwhile, Talon now jumps on board, trying to take down some of the members of APG, but they're on the low ground instead, so Zio's gonna be able to pinch him and eventually close that one out. And you know what? DX have 7, but APG says we will always best you at every step of the way.
APG on a 10 spree here so far. Doc's gonna be out here down from the ground, but shot trapping to Linty out the Vikings. Oh boy. Narrowly survived. Still looking to get the few shots to connect, but he's not getting down to the ground. Nakul from the side of Talon Esports. Looking like he wants to hail down from the sky. He wants to go for the swan dive. But Sam9, Vex Cry, able to get the cutoff. And now that's going to be Talon Esports eliminated from this round as well.
It's so beautiful on their execution. I mean, they've been able to really leverage onto their high ground terrain. And right now, with the late arrival of 7-9, this might actually cause a little stir up against Ruthless. He's got the grenade, though. It's going to be hard to flush him out, and that's where Satra Viren jumps right through and will be able to connect a couple of all these shots. Now chasing forward. It's only going to be Zio left. I mean, this is just a very daunting task for him from that quarter. He's trying to keep himself safe from harm's way. And 7-9, at least they've been able to pave to the next circle.
Pushing through here. A lot of mountainside action here happening. He's still going to be down to the ground. APG had a pretty stellar start here off this rotation on this military island, but now we get to see they're only relying onto one player. 10-9 here so far, looking to get this one in control. The all getting sprayed up. Oh, Heistman is free. Perfect coverage now, but still decides to go for the peek out. And finally, we'll be able to buy enough space here to get the reset.
Doesn't seem like he's been able to really sprint towards the side of East to get him secured, and just like that, the rest of 7-9 doubles down, managing to find him right behind the tree. And right now, a challenge into the shack. The final member of Vikings trying to hold on to the best of his capabilities, but the two members of the AX will continue on the assault. The pressure is on. The nade's falling true. Is it going to connect? Oh, barely enough. And yes, it does the job with the Molotov.
Now we take a look at the last and final composition here off his first initial round of this grand finals. We got the Xavier, Vampire Esports 7-9 tied up with 2 players for their names. AZ Slumber and T2K lying on 1 Rogue Wolf for their banner. Here we go. Who can prevail? Anyone's ball game here, Contra.
Absolutely anyone here to really take it, but firepower-wise, we look at the Xavier right now. 3 members strong, whereas the rest have been depleted to either solo units or playing by duos. Mimi right now being spotted by Agent Brian. He's waiting for the right moment to strike, but he does not want to reveal himself to the rest of the party surrounding him, though.
Big shots from Mimi. And it's going to be AC's Numbler now here, going to be eliminated, but now the Cavalry arrives here for set of 7-9. Satria doesn't go for the commitment, baits it out, and Backstrike gets the shot to connect, and that is going to be another squad, another player out from the scene. Top 3 remains.
And that is a little bit of an awkward situation. Brian did not take the shot, but instead Mimi spots him out. So maybe he has a little form of regret in that sense, where 7-9 didn't once dictating the portion of the North. So I think at least at this current point in time, 7-9, despite having 2 members, I mean, they're playing as if they have the full squad strength. I mean, B-Saber, only 1 extra member that can supplement them on their pursuit for the first chicken dinner of the finals. And speaking of which, Satria makes it all even right now, knocking down Lamborghini.
Big shots coming through here to Xavier. Look to get the pick up here to get the best out of all competition, but doesn't necessarily happen. Beck's right, eager. Get this one down a bit, Paragen. Still consistent Slayer looking to get this one through as well. Dasher is going to be driving on by here with an S12, baiting out the players once again. Fextry looking to get the free hit from the back, but not going to be enough to get the connection. That's going to be a 1v1 here. And a punch to the DBS to the face of Satria. Is going to be putting himself away from the round. The Xavier once again looking like they want to start off the day with a high note.
10 points to their name right now, matching to the pace of APG. And surely racking even more points by ending up in the top 3. You as well as Red Bull, the new prospects from FaZe Clan right now paving the path, charging with the hovercraft, but does not really find Backstrike over the corner. I think he saw the glimpse over the edge where he spotted out that member of 7-9, so they're going to recommit once again, sending Kiwi front, and that's just an easy tap with their shotgun shells, and now it's down to the 2 teams, VX versus VPE.
VPE knows exactly where Nate's going to be at. She's going to go for the spray down there up against that supercar, but not going to be enough to get the detonation. Shouldn't be the intention here so far. Xavier has topside control, so you don't really got to do and worry about any of these things. You can just play this one off and play for the pickoffs. But there's going to be a long range shots happening here in Red Bull, feeding off from the bullets of Lamborghini. That is now. I perceive Esports still looking to be. I think he's off here on the back foot, get the back against the wall as well, and odds doesn't really fit to favor them here at most in the situation here, Contra.
Not at all. They're just basically waiting for the right moment right now to fully get a little bit more of those cheeky angles up against Red Bull as well as Yui. Because they know that they're stuck by that corner, so now they're having that man advantage to try to send it one after another. Red Bull almost gets it though.
Taking done, pushing through here, and that's just like that. Now the Xavier makes it happen. Talon is ever all across the board, but now they are able to bag the first winner chicken dinner off the grand final.
Beautifully played out. The Xavier once again looking like the champions of the world again. Oh my word, Lamborghini, he's absolutely back. I mean, it wasn't all about him in this matchup. You could see Paragen and the rest really held their own. And and that swift call to push towards the members of Vampire Esports. You don't really get to really see it every now and then over onto the final zones, but the Mat Lads of the Saber, they know that they have the numbers to really put on a show.
Yeah, look at the stat line here. 3 for the set of Lamborghini, 5 for the set of Paragon, and 3 for the set of AT. That's going to be 11 in total, just off eliminations alone, plus 10 now here on the placement point. That's going to be 21 to their name. Definitely one of the best starts you can claim in this grand finals here, Contra.
Yep, and it starts off so strongly, not only for them, but also the rest of the teams. But the Saber, I think that they were a lot more composed on their approach compared to, all the other squads where they are basically chasing points, but they also put themselves at risk because they were over on to the edge of the zone. And for the most part, the Saber says, hey, I got the spine on the hill. I can control both sides. If I take a look over the south or even the north, I could. Whereas Vampire Esports, they started off in the island, ending up at second spot is actually as good as it gets. I mean, of course, they were very close to Chicken Dinner, but they were just not having enough members to really trade with the rest of VX.
Yeah, man. I mean, pretty unexpected run here from the side of the Xavier, but nonetheless, able to make it happen here. 7-9 was on the trail there, and I honestly thought with the duo there from the side of 7-9 that left to be remaining inside of this round, they were fuming up pretty well. And how much more as well there for a set of APG? If only 7-9 wasn't around in the vicinity, it made their lives totally hard. Till then, we could have probably seen APG actually win this one through, but now the comparison here is going to be in between Vampire Esports and the Xavier. 11 eliminations to the name of the Xavier, 8 actually for the set of Vampire Esports actually as well. Definitely a bit of a scrappy round here for the set of Vampire Esports, but still, points is points, and if you are given to by it, you gotta claim it, bro.
Yeah, and of course, these teams, they always take it at any given point of the day. With 2,000 over damage to be done by all these members, and you can see that they're also receiving a little bit more of that shots because they healed about 3,000 at the same time. So Red Bull, he was the main marksman in this round. A total of 5 eliminations, and he does not even care of throwing utilities. He always gets the job done in order to put VPE on the map. And it all started off with that arrival of RQ trying to flush that position, and he held his own. And just like that, they were feeling rather confident that they won't be pretty much challenged from the get-go, and it's all down to that final duel that they almost got in the back too.
Definitely look at the top performers here. It's going to be Red Bull here with 5, Vexcred with 5, Paragon on 5, and Ace with 4 as well. A lot of 5s in this board, and well, it was pretty evident. I mean, we saw them in the broadcast, we saw them on the round itself, and they were pretty loud there, Contra.
Yeah, they definitely were. And it was really an interesting exchange, right? Because there was certain glimpse of brilliance coming from the side of 7-9 where, APG, they had more members. 7-9 only had those 2, but with those kind of plays on the hovercraft, Vexcry have been able to eventually seek out and also deny the entry out of those members of APG, and now find themselves at the second spot. So this will be pretty much the same scorelines with the overall standings at this moment. 21 points handed over to our Warders of Dingo Savior, 15 for 7-9, and Vampire Esports with 14. So that's just 1 point of a difference.
Definitely a bit of a close one here on this round. 7-9 definitely still took the losses, but having 15 for your name, placing number 2 is not a bad picture at all. Same was for set of a Vampire Esports. ABG, I feel like they could have really done more there, especially in regards to the placement, but unfortunately they got caught off on a bench, and I kind of thought that in some way they had a better rotation, a better formation, better angle, but nope, wasn't really that case. Sam was able to make the most out of that. But for the rest of the crew, though, Boom Esports, P2K Esports, Team Flash, AZ Slumber, they tried their best, but fortunately just got caught off there on mid side of the game. Now, match stats. Once he's going to get the longest eliminations, 58 knockouts in total, though, 67 total eliminations inside of the round. And this will live through. Pretty staple here overall in this round here, Contra.
Yeah, pretty staple. I thought that there will be a little bit more elimination points because there's just 2 added than the usual 16 rosters that we see moving into a map. So that goes to show that every single time we go into the island, it's always going to be an absolute chaos for those that didn't manage to make their way in. So that being said, though, I really do hope that Miramar is going to be just as challenging, but we'll have to wait a couple more minutes for that because we'll go on a short break. We'll be back for more.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got a feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again, I lose control. Give me everything, it's what I want. Best I've ever been, I see the glow. Feel it deep within my soul. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Give me what I
Right, let's get it on here. Welcome back once again to the first day of the grand final shootout, Ruthless Invitational Showdown 12. And we're going to be heading straight towards round number 2, where we're going to be heading straight actually to Miramar here, actually. And we're going to go back to back here, Contra.
Yep, I absolutely do love the kind of pacing that we're already getting here, where, you know, these big names, they're starting to really put on a serious showdown. APG, you know, they were only lacking placement points, but they already secured themselves, like, what, 10 points of elimination. That is equivalent to DX, who actually got the chicken dinner. And now we're seeing pretty much everyone in the same lobby. I'm starting to figure out whether if some of these teams will actually need to fight for some of these spots, or it's good enough to share areas like El Pozo, like Los Leones, which we've seen quite a whole lot back in the playoffs.
Definitely, man. Now, only less than a minute separates us from the next match itself. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading straight to Miramar once again. We're going back to Miramar right after as well, and then we're going to take a break from Miramar, going back to Erangel later on once again. Same all participating teams. It's going to be all the same bracket. All 18 teams will be playing and fighting here out of this run, and I'm just trying to see how this one's gonna play out, bro. I mean, so far on the first initial winner, we got to see the Xavier. Next team around, well, I don't got a question anymore because you got to throw your predictions up on the board. Contra, who are you going for, bro?
Well, I think that VPE start things on the right foot, so I think that, they were denied on second place. Maybe this time around in Miramar, they will feel a lot more comfortable, as majority of these numbers back in the playoffs were actually racked in for Vampire Esports in this respective map. So that's what I'm going for.
I feel like there's going to be a bit of a standout here for a set of BTR by Vitality, so I'm not going to say too much thanks because I might curse them out, but I'm going for BTR for this one.
Oh, okay. And I definitely think that overall they've been really having a decent showing. Despite, last round it was a little bit harsh for them to kick things off with, where we saw DX was the one that eventually taken out all of the members. But Ferralis kind of held his own on his last stand as well. If BTR won that, who knows? That could have actually been their chicken dinner too,
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's kind of like the price you kind of want to pay. We might have to pay here in a contract when you wait it out on the bridge side too much, and then you get a plan, and then you don't really have the best out of all rotations. You don't really have the best of obstacles to play around with, and that's just the sufferment that BTR really face on the first round. I mean, I kind of got to see their intentions well. They really want to get those elimination points, but unfortunately for them on the other side of the bridge, for tries, yes, they were able to get a pick off or two, but it really just slowed them down overall. So if ever they just continue to play by on their pacing and probably adapt to what's currently going on, probably because it's just sense what the future may hold, and maybe till then, bro, we might be able to see them on top.
Yeah, we'll definitely want to keep an eye out for such instances. And then when we go in for predictions coming in from our dear producers, they're banking on hopes that, we're going to be getting those kind of big runs coming from Team Flash yet again. And I think like in Miramar, they've been able to also have certain achievements of their own. So looking rather promising of what they really offer moving into these upcoming matches.
Yeah, man. I mean, a lot of these teams can definitely show a lot of promise here. They can definitely own the spotlight in their own sense of time as well. And it's just all going to come down to who can really have the better reads in regards to what the game brings you into the situation, maybe the flight path or the circle itself. We don't know. I mean, that's just, the nature of Pubg. Once again, it's just a pretty volatile game, bro.
It definitely is a little bit more volatile, but I would definitely say that at least some of the teams, they have just about good enough protocols to, maintain a certain order going on to certain scenarios, whether if they're taking on a team fight, whether if they're kind of far away from the zone. There's definitely ample ways that some of these teams maneuver. Now that, Boom Esports have gotten some of their nemesis already disqualified through the playoffs, I think like Boom Esports will also have decent recovery as well. Yesterday, moving into the top three, just to recall on some of the performances of the set teams back in the playoffs. Boom Esports make it into the playoffs. Make it into the grand finals barely by the tail end because of them having to secure that top three finish. So I'm thinking that maybe they can just ride on that high momentum that they had coming in from yesterday in order to do a lot more today.
Yeah, we'll see about it here. There's going to be a lot of projections that, not just us here on the caster that's going to be projected here, Contra. There's still going to be the viewers as well, looking forward to root out for their respective teams here from the respective countries, perhaps, or, just the crowd favorites overall. But we've seen a lot of dark horses. We've seen a lot of underdogs take the spotlight. And the next thing you know, the teams that we barely get to mention actually is going to be the next thing that will actually rise up to the top. And that's just the beauty of PUBG Mobile.
Yep, it's always been a glorious run for some of all these teams, and this is where when you pit the best of the best coming out of both sides of the region, they're arguably the best in the world as well. If you take a look at recent track records, especially during the EWC, half of these names are over onto the podiums of the EWC, including even Yangon Galacticos, who won that EWC for the first time ever. So it's always great that we actually get to witness it firsthand that, hey, we're the ones rooting them here from the grassroots level. So, of course, we will continue to cheer them on. So I really want to, see if any of these new names that join us, like AZ Slumber, like, Netbex, which unfortunately didn't make it to the finals, who will be able to, use this platform in order to really grind and become future champions.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's just definitely a lot of the times where a lot of these teams just has to be silent, and then all of a sudden they just have the sense of time to shine at most, and don't exactly know what's going to be the hold up here and why we're still not really heading straight towards the game itself. But one thing for sure, I know for sure you guys are excited, and we're pretty excited as well. And we're just ensuring as well that before we actually head straight towards the battlefield Miramar on this round number 2, that everything's going to be smooth and tidy before we head straight towards the action.
Yep, and overall, I think that it's been a very beautiful pacing coming in once we do get ourselves into the game. So, yeah, we're just going to chill for a little bit while we are getting ourselves ready for our upcoming run. So look at all these teams that have been, having the biggest of improvements. The Savior, I mean, of course, is definitely securing themselves the best performance with the chicken dinner. But you take a look at 7-9. I think 7-9 is something that is interesting of a case study when it comes down to how they really play, because they're not that conventional team where, you have one main fragger and then like everyone plays around that one main fragger. It really feels like they're multifaceted, where sometimes their support, their usual sniping guy, Viren, is the one high fragging, or do you expect Yuhai to be the ones over the front line? They actually send somebody else. So it's really something that I've been taking notice for quite a while on how exactly does this team function. I still couldn't really break it down for now.
Yeah, man, it's definitely pretty tough to get the reach out of these scenes, because coming in the games goes by pretty quickly. There's just a lot of situation involved, and it's really just all going to come down to them in regards to how fast are they going to be able to adapt to like the granted scenario as well. And you did mention that as well. So, hey, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you guys are just tuning in, this is the day number 1 of the grand finals here for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown 12. And we're going to be heading straight towards the second round soon enough.
Yep, and of course, anytime now, Mr. Producer. So, of course, while we are waiting for all of that to actually go on, I believe that there's a few other things that we've definitely been able to catch back into, those runs that we've had back in the playoffs. So, I look at the South Asia side. I think T2K, as of late, really has shown some performances. Like, even the past round, as much as T2K didn't really pop off as compared to expectations, they did manage to at least secure a couple of placement points. They were part of the top 4 in the form of placements. It's just that the rest of the field right now is really high fragging coming into this early span match. Of course, there was that funnel since everyone was going into the islands, but arguably the teams that love playing strategically kind of need to make a shift. Do you think that this is gonna be a little bit of a difficult task, like MVKE as well as T2K?
Yeah, definitely, man. And for both of those teams that you mentioned as well, I gotta say T2K is definitely coming across pretty closely in regards to having those, the momentum shifting towards them. For the set of Vikings, I mean, we've seen a lot of fair share. I have highlights as well where they were bound to, take it up on a pedestal, but it's just unfortunate that they do kind of struggle as well to put themselves into the top 5 mixture for most of the rounds. But hey, we've only tackled the first initial round for the first day of the grand finals. Maybe we may be able to see a lot more things as well from them later on.
Probably so. So of course we'll keep an eye out for that. So at the meantime, you guys could just chill around, tell us your thoughts, who you guys are thinking that of when it comes down to this upcoming round of Miramar. Like, there's just so many possibilities out there. Make sure you guys, keep the chat rolling. Also, keep the banters clean. I know some of you guys are, deeply in love with your team, but no hate towards the others. That's for sure. So that being said, though, I mean, since we got some time, out of the many teams, who do you think that I know, like, by right, a lot of these teams are champions of their regions and stuff like that, but do you think that there's a dark horse in this tournament right now that, had some struggles back in the playoffs and will be able to make a very close call for that smashing chicken dinner by day 4?
Who could be the dark horses that actually fits into that type of play style? I gotta say, First Rise is definitely gonna be one of them. I mean, I wouldn't really call them like the direct dark horse here. They definitely shine at most, but they haven't been the most promising. I mean, it's not the same Fourth Rise that I've been remembering that has been so dominating. But I feel like Fourth Rise is definitely one of those crews that you can definitely watch out for as well. And probably try Massey.
Oh yeah, I definitely think, like, overall the teams coming from SA have so much potential. I mean, they've proven it globally as well as of recent. So I want to see that kind of prime form. And finally, we do have the numbers counting down from our screen. Ladies and gents, we're about to dive into our first match of Miramar in the grand finals.
Yeah, let's get it on here. 20 seconds separates us from the game itself. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have enough time right now to share the broadcaster all across your friends, family, your pets, your dogs, your cats, your fish, everyone, include everyone. You don't want anyone to miss out the action that will be happening here in this grand finals as we start things off now here for the first round of Miramar, at least. Round number 2 overall here for this broadcast. Let's get it on here, Contra. Let's see where this one's going to be heading towards to come for the strike here in Miramar.
Here we go, man. You got me hyped up, and I really want to see how this one unfolds. Starting things out in Puerto Paraíso, this is going to be a very southern-centric flight. So this one bypasses only the southern section of the city. So the teams who are aiming for central areas are still going to be fine to actually traverse across. But anywhere further north, I think that it's just going to be a plan B option for those teams that like to drop into, El Azahar or so. I mean, there can be an extension, but a little bit risky with those kind of situations that you have to battle other teams for vehicles.
Definitely a lot of, I would say, outside control here for this map. I think the longest slide you can come from and actually accumulate something probably going to be San Martin as well. El Pozo is definitely going to be in the mixture, but we've seen a lot of teams actually put a lot of efforts on Al Azhar, and you did mention as well. And alongside that, Cruz del Val. And a lot of teams, try to also put themselves into the run for a Campo Militar, but definitely not going to be in the picture. But hey, Val de Mar is going to be put into the mixture here, so we'll see if there's going to be anyone climbing towards the direction. Chumaquera might just be a pretty hot drop. Same goes for Las Leones. Picado, definitely going to be a big notable drop as well there. There's going to be a pretty interesting intention though from the side of AZ Slumbers. They're going to go directly southern side of the map, which not exactly too certain what's going to be the play for this one. But fortunately though, we take a look at the circle here. This might just be the best flight path for the initial circle of this round.
This is probably the kindest delivery to all these players where, you guys might not get your drop spots, so it doesn't matter. We're all in the zone. But speaking of which, we're already seeing a little party going on. ASD challenges AZ Slumber at the very same spot. These two teams, they rarely come into this section, and it seems like it's going to be a full-on fist fight. But they're taking any form of scrappy weapons to actually go on out and about. UMP just about good enough for them to push right through.
You see a win 94 for a moment or so. An AR with a bipod held down. Sniper into the face. Looking like they want to go for some quick scopes, but literally so far, there's going to be players with AZ Slumber here in control, and they find a means to take down what Warden, so-called the Dark Horse, is already out from the round.
Oh boy. It's just so explosive as we're kicking things off. And AZ Slumber, these guys, they were at the brink of elimination, and now here are the party group all for and T2K. We were just mentioning them right before the show, and now they got themselves cooked up with the rest of Team Secret charging troop.
Yeah, the more we talk about teams, the more bounty that they have on their heads, bro. Like, we gotta tone down sometimes. It's unfortunate for T2K, but at least it's only one down here so far. Got things back here for Team Secret, which actually, funny enough, is one of the more favorable teams as well here for the set of Miramar. But as soon as they say that, the one player gets knocked out. Yep. Wait, keep on yapping, Warden. Keep on using these teams, bro.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, Contra, Warden, you guys got to shut up for a little bit because you guys are putting all the jinx and curses all around. I mean, that's not what we really wanted to do anyways, but it is just the happenstance of what the current scenes are. Team Secret gunning in for more, getting that knock, beautiful angles as Doc looking to put a closure to the rest of T2K.
Yeah, let's get it here, Doke. Here so far, we're out inside. Mimi's gonna be inside here with the UFP sprays on by. Fights one down to the ground. Jackie looking to get trade here from the backside. Be able to get the back door entry. To be enough as well. Mimi does get the read, able to secure another elimination. Yuka's gonna be out. Big ol' spray. Frankie goes down. And now only one player persists for the side of Team Secret. That is gonna be our boy Jackie. Setting up strong with a pump to the face. One player bites the dust, and that is gonna be the players from Team Secret now eliminated as well.
And they will not be denied, and they will prevail. Oh, that explosive charge coming from the rest of Team Secret goes down in flames instead. Oh, if only we've got a replay system. I mean, this fight was absolutely epic. Mimi almost faltered as well. Look at the health bars. It was that close. In that 1-versus-1 scuffle. Oh,
so close, but yet so far. Close, but no cigar. It is just going to be them trampling on their feet. Shockingly enough, though, look at the players of 7-9 and Talon Esports. They rotated towards the northern side of the map. Yep, they're like, okay, this is Miramar. So it's going to be coming in pretty late anyways. We're going to take our time here and just, loot up as much as we can. The Vikings as well, having the whole vicinity of what? San Martin, Water Treatment, Hacienda, built a Tron for themselves as well. So it's not going to be a problem. I'm kind of dying to see as well what's happening there on Los Leones, because it does look pretty congested, but looking to be much more predominant by the players of Team Flash and Telecom Digital Alliance. Vapor Esports going to be hitting it from the northern side directly towards Los Leones as well. APG will be coming from the western side of the map. RQ, though, they're going to be having a quick qualification in Bata East, so it's going to be great for them. Boom Esports, on the contrary, though, will be coming from the northern side of the Paraíso Island, so it is going to be them chilling this one through. As much as heavy as it was at the initial start of this game, looking like the spread is pretty much all equal here, so we're definitely going to be expecting a lot of stalemates as we progress towards this round here, at least on the stage here, Contra.
Certainly agree with that. I mean, Team Flash as well as CD Alliance, particularly, they've always shed that area when it comes down to Los Leones. One taking north, another taking the south side. So Team Flash, they're happily to oblige that, hey, so long as you don't stir onto our territory, we're not going to be, messing around with you guys unless it's really certainly necessary. So liking the approach that they're actually going with so far.
Hey, man. And take a look at it here for a set of Easy Slumber. I mean, they are taking a chill here so far as well. Too much things to worry about. I mean, they got the overview, they got everything that they need, but fortunately for them, there's not going to be any casualties, in the process as well. I mean, they were able to take down Triber Massey, and that's going to be granting them 4 elimination points here off this round already, so a little bit of the best starts out there. And it was definitely looking to be much more defined here comparing how it went out in Erangel, where we were granted by 4 clashes right from the get-go, and there was just a lot of buddies dropping there. And even if the one squad is able to prevail out of the mess, they still lose a player or two in the process, which definitely bit them down in regards to how the definition would come by to a squad that should actually try to win off a round. And was pretty scrappy here, but this time around, it's definitely going to be a lot more staleness going on once again.
Yeah, I would just call it this calm before the storm, right? Overall, we definitely know that the top 18 teams, everyone can actually have the means to fight with their sheer firepower. It's really down to strategy on how they actually progress upon some of all these matchups. So definitely, it is going to be a little bit of a dicey situation for some of these guys who, look towards securing certain areas of play, and it's just kind of hard to really find that right configuration if you're going to be a little bit more on the outskirts. Some of the teams that did manage to at least secure some really good spots, namely APG, who always starts off in Sarah, or even some of all the other guys, they're feeling A-okay, and look at him go. The team charging towards T2K, they've already been weakened down to 2, and Mimi still actually has it in the bag, taking down Viper.
Yeah, still looking to get some more Ignis, so he's going to be out away from the scene. Gonna be coming there from the northern side of the map, but unfortunate for him, his teammate's gonna get overwhelmed, and Yummy himself will be able to get the knock as well. Should be secure elimination for himself. Yep, big pop to the face. It's gonna be one less of a player they gotta worry about here from the side of T2K Ignis. What more can you do? And they're gonna be having the sense of commitment now, and Ignis can definitely fall back and disengage from this casualty, but definitely gonna be a loss here for the side of T2K. While we take a look at the circle here, it's gonna be shifting directly towards the southern side of the map, and we see this. We saw it in Erangel, bro. I don't know what's up with southern side and of circles, but it's definitely happening here as well here in Miramar.
Oh yeah, and this is going all the way down under, so as much as I talk about APG having a good spot, now they're also in a little bit of a conundrum on how do they actually move deeper into the zone. Team Flash right now hunkering down. They were not too far off from south side of Los Angeles, so they are definitely in a firm control, and now taking upon yet another fight, charging right through the compound, trying to fend off up against the rest of these members of Alter Ego. They're just swimming by, but it doesn't seem like Alter Ego is fully decided yet whether if they should really crash through, and yes, they will, with those 3 members taking the longhouse by the very tail end. So it's going to be back and forth trades with the nades to kick things off.
Kick things off here on a high note. Once again, Team Flash, Alter Ego Eris, both have proven himself into this battlefield, but only one will prevail out of this. Nade flies by. Big shot so far. Win able to get a slight bit of connection there up against Rosemary 911. Pushing through here with the DBS. Up against the pump action. And Win gets the pump to the face. Team Flash now here dropping the numbers. And Badru now going to be closing up the distance as well here on the window side. Hopping up. Now going to be offering a 2v1 here up against Diaz. Rays on by. DBS on his hand. Both players have the DBS. Now it's a big 1v1. Hops in the air, but it's going to be Zia beating him to it. Bad Rich now going to be gone. Now, 1-for-1 trade here between Team Flash and Alter Ego Eris. No sense of definition whatsoever. It's looking to be a 3v3 situation as we speak here, Contra.
Oh, it's so close. And now going for a little bit of that reset before they actually further commit. And now with only those 2 members left, Alter Ego trying to jostle and hold up for control for the moment. Now full reset on the side of Team Flash. Back up against the wall. We'll really have to see if Alpha can actually form up a clutch. The flames now tear through the windows. And now they're prepared for a fight. Krypton toss with an aid! And just like that, they still will score.
Wow. Beautiful control there for the side of Team Flash. And you got to note, though, it was Alter Ego Eris initiating the fight. They could have disengaged all they want to, but they fall on their feet there off the clash. It's just going to be an unfortunate look there for set of Alter Ego Eris, and maybe 2 rounds in a row where they're going to be pretty stale, not really going to be able to find the most of an impact. They're pretty much potentially able to get off the rounds, but for them, they're still going to be stuck there by 2 points as we progress towards the grand finals.
Yeah, it's just nail biting for some of these guys. Finding any form of creases just to hold on for the meantime. Over on the south side of Valley the Bar, it seems like Toad is going to be going for a little bit of chase. It's going to be off of his track, though. I mean, that was just a quick sprint over on the buggy for the member of Alter Ego. And the rest of these other players now trying to see if they could even find any space to even cut right through. Whereas Vampire Esports, they're dead in the center, trying to find a spot for them to eventually creep up over onto the rest of Cellcom TG Alliance. While Toad slow and steady, 2 points for this climb. AZ Slumber starts off with those 4 points, and right now, some of these guys are slowly getting depleted. As AZ Slumber had that vehicle detonated, and now they're being forced to this fight up against the rest of D-Savior.
It just seems to be no man's land here at all between AZ Slumber and D-Savior, but turning from the back, gonna go for the spray. 1 more bullet to connect, and that's gonna be the knock by Nate. And only 1 more player to worry about here. On the contrary, should it be AZ Slumber now here falling apart? The last and final player for the set of AZ Slumber is nowhere to be seen. draw our visuals here towards 4 Thrives here at Esports, and gonna be off the rotation. But if you take a look at the map as well, that is gonna be APG here coming across them pretty nearly, but they go and avoid the scene here, so that's gonna be a casualty that they might not have to worry about for the time being.
Yeah, not too much of a cause of concern for now. Meanwhile, the rest of the players of Alpha Gaming, they take a slow journey as they are just not too far from where they were inside of Chumacera, and they found a couple of these players flying around the hillside. They heard those shots, and this is 4 tries trying to hold down the line up against the rest of BTR. And this is a very tricky scenario, even for BTR to even try to navigate. They actually have a member pushing forward, and it's going to be Falak actually charging right through towards the majority of the rest of BTR.
I'm gonna get this one through here. It's a beautiful car, by the way. Oops. Moving back here, 4 Thrives. I like to want to go up against the fight here against BTR by Vitality, which has been my favorite team so far on this round of Miramar. 4 Thrives, so-called dark horses honor my story. He's gonna be flying by here for a set of XC. Not able to serve any connection whatsoever, and it's gonna be a battle of pick hops here for the time being, and they're gonna be able to call for the reset here. 4 Thrives, they don't want to have any piece of that.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to be part of this messy situation. As they continue their way forward, they're already being peppered by a couple of all these sprays coming from the side of BTR, while BTR have one member coming to the shots, coming out of Vikings instead. I can barely see them on the minimap. And great onus on the side of Vexy to be able to try to trade back in order to buy a little bit more space and time. BTR right now by the edge of the zone. They really gotta find their way out right now as they're getting pinched by these 2 teams.
Wow. House up their shots. Vexy's still trying to stay alive, and we'll be able to find one knock there off across the map. Better out gonna go for a spray down here off on that vehicle, but not gonna be close at all. The shots will be fired as well there from the Viking from the bottom side. No, actually, the Xavier's as well. BTR look to have a pretty good hold here on this mountainside, but all across the feed. Look at this. The players of the Xavier now closing out the distance.
They really want to choke out the rest of BTR. 2 members left. Can they do more? Red face immediately goes down. Ah, clean shots coming in from the side of the Xavier, but it's going to be traded right back. But still, damage being done. Now down to 1 versus 1. Levi's. Is it going to be allowed? He does actually have a couple more connections. And that was a point stolen away. BTR crumbled because there was some help coming from the rest of the Vikings.
Yeah, man. Superman up in there. Oh. Able to get it done. Yep. Superman once again saves the day for the rest of the crew, but it was definitely not going to be a problem there for the side of the Xavier, but Superman just made it happen. BTR now is going to be away from the scene, and that's going to be unfortunate for them. Only 1 point accumulated off this round, and 3 points in total. Definitely a bit of a stale round as well here. I'm coming from the last 2 here for them. And we draw things back here with Team Flash, where it might possibly meet the players of the Xavier as well from the top side, but I don't exactly know if they know the call.
Yeah, this is a rough call. Thankfully, there was just about enough time for them to actually go in to pick up all these 3 members, where the Sabres is going to be trying to move as far as they could away from Team Flash, and there was those members of Vikings early on that was actually putting up a little bit of a tough shot over on the corner, but it didn't really deter them. Instead, it deterred the rest of BTR. So it's like, thanks, buddy. I owe you maybe a bond me once we're done with this run. And, well, so long as they don't duke out up against each other later on. So Fajar finds one up against the Alliance, but they're on rotation, though. So I wonder what really went on.
I wonder so as well. So far, I mean, Silicon the Alliance, yeah, I mean, they've been pretty silent here all across this round. And that's kind of like serving how they did as well. Nature serves it all there on Erangel, where just took it slow and started to shine and pop off later on. But now shots being fired by Sem9. The Malaysians once again, the Tigers, to be hunting the Wolves here. Boom Esports. Good for the pop here. High Q on the back. Throwing some shots, but fortunately for Boom Esports, there's still going to be enough distance drawn away for them to call for the reset.
Yeah, they've been on the prowl for a long time right now. It's now big decisions for Sem9. I mean, we're only actually playing this round with only 3 players. Yet again, they've been able to actually survive into top 13. I mean, you see majority of all these teams that got depleted, it's basically a full-on commitment, where majority of the others are still relatively healthy. Arguably, maybe not so much for the side of AZ Slumber. They got kicked out by D-Saver as well, being forced to basically play in between. Speaking of that, remember AZ Slumber is in between both Todak as well as APG, and somehow nobody sniffed him out yet at this moment.
Yeah, it's pretty wild here. Pushing through. Team Flash now here, coming across the players of the Xavier. And as much as the Xavier was able to pull away off the first round, not really looking so right for him in this time around. Team Flash, though, going to be calling it quits just a little bit. They are going to be looking to rotate there towards the back as well. Probably try to offer a pitch or just get a little bit more recon after all. Still going to be 13 squads from in here, and you are still talking about stage 5 off this round. Now the Vikings, some shots as well. That is going to be Team Flash here throwing some bullets to the direction of Team 24 and the rest of the crew of Forest Rise, and they're going to secure one elimination in the process here. Contra.
Oh, they're definitely vying for a whole lot more. From the low ground now, going for a little bit more push. 7-9 loses 1. I'm not too sure if they could actually deal with this current situation because they're currently split apart. So they won't be able to actually hunker down to even have any form of response up against the rest of MGF Viking. And therefore, they opt to retreat into the further portions of the warehouse. Try to reconvene at the very least. Oh, shots from out. Over onto the buggy. Not going to deter Vexcry, but here comes the Molotov finally taking out Gachakuta.
Oh my days. Hey, Slumber now going to be out away from the scene. That's going to be Todak here. Up against APG. APG on the top side inside of the compound. But Nakul from the back actually able to secure the kill. From the Talon Esports, it's going to be a 3-way clash here. Up against the Talon Esports who are looking to put themselves into the picture. Todak, they can go for the strike anytime. He's going to be swinging on by quite out in the open. But in the process, no, 7-9 is going to be eliminated by the players of Celcom Digi Alliance.
My. More to go as they now draw in the entire full force of the squad to ring right true. The rest of Todak looking to isolate East, knowing that he's being depleted a little bit. I believe that it's still going to be a decent hold with that kind of spread that APG has, as they're doing just fine for the meantime. But as I say that, the bombardment is slowly chunking onto them.
Going through here, a pretty prolonged clash, but now Todak here going to be trying to go for the entry here from the left side of the map. It's a fully composed squad here for the players. So Todak up against APG, Doc, Refus, Zeol. Do you have what it takes to hold your ground? And so far, it's going to be clicking on by here. He's looking to throw this one through. Not going to be able to get the connection now just yet. Pill's going to be popped as well. They want to ensure that they're going to be fully conditioned here before they head straight towards the clash. Now they're moving quick here. Now Ian definitely going to be closing up the distance here. Slowly but surely they call, but now the players of Talon Esports is going to be hitting it from the back side, so it could be a pitch 12 here to be offered up against Todak. Refus tries to go for the shot here with a DPS, but can't sustain. But no, never mind, able to get the shot there to connect up against man up from the side of Todak. And now it's going to be Talon Esports as well, putting themselves into the mixture. Back and forth as we see Alpha Gaming here on again the trap of the players. But Todak in the process, they start off the fight, but they can't sustain their lives.
Oh, they could not really finish it off, and now the rest of Talons are swinging by as well on the weakened side of APG. And look who's here, RQ. Everybody wants a piece of this ground, and there's just barely enough space for APG to even hold on to.
Definitely gonna be barely anything at all. APG has been through so much clashes already inside of this compound. They can't catch a break, but they're playing their hearts out. Refus once again gets a knock to the face of the players of RQ. Noga Ryu here looking to get the trade, looking to get the pickup, but now in the process, APG will get eliminated. But the battle still ensues. It's now gonna be the players of Talon Esports here. Nakul gets dropped by Dipsty from the right side of the map. Pushing through, Nexel from the back as well, getting sprayed by the players before it drives. It's a 4-way clash here, Contra.
And it seems like RQ, they're really taking charge of this battle. And the rest of Talon Esports, they're holding on over the corners of the container. How much longer can they actually hold on? Apparently not. And it's a dominating spree for RQ. Oh, what a feast for all of us here with the biggest teams just going on the full clash. And now all of that subsides. And could RRQ make their way inbound where Vampire Esports is directly in the center?
What a segment. What a sequence we got. Now the game continues here with the Xavier Team Flash, the Vikings, Boom Esports, Telcom, Digital Alliance, RRQ, and Vampire Esports alongside 4 Thrives. 25 for the live out here on round number 2 of the grand finals. 24 OP gonna go for the spray up against the players of RRQ, but are you so certain you want to take that fight away? You're only all alone. Have you seen what RRQ did to those boys? Not exactly. It was a murder on that compound there, Contra.
Yeah, it was pretty much slaughterhouses being set up over on that course. And right now, they're bound for a whole lot more 6 points. Looking for 10 if they can shut out the rest of Boom Esports. Can they do so? Is the big question. Plenty of smokes now. Pop right through. Boom Esports barely holding on. But they do have some creases that they can actually find some cover from. But does it remain to see the rest of these RQ members? Do they have enough stocks to actually go for the exchange? Because last fight, they've just cleared out their baggages.
Definitely now. Big old spray here once again. You see here from the top side, Boom Esports, they're just playing. Holding things down. The smoke's going to be deployed here. That's going to be buying him enough coverage. Mission's not going to be so much spotted here for them. Game persists here with Boom Esports looking to actually draw the distance closer to the players of RRQ. Yummy here. Nade's going to be hooked up. They hold this one down. One player down to the ground for the side of the RHQ, and then it's going to be one less player that they got to worry about here inside of the clash. But in the process, the winners of the previous round, the Xavier, will be eliminated.
The Xavier, I mean, they held on for so long, they couldn't really find any form of that avenue. And now, down to the last couple of all these spaces for the top 5. And it seems to me that it will be pretty much the circle swerving into the favor of the ones that are smack dab in the middle, and Vampire Esports is gonna have a good time from here on out. But the big question is, if RQ as well as Boom Esports is taking that duel, once they win, can they actually overwhelm the rest of Vampire Esports?
Definitely. Now it's going to be a battle fighting now here once again. Boom Esports, they want to finish off what they started, and they wipe away the players of RQ. And now we get to see the tally now. Here comes Shrew. Only 6 spots remain now. Vampire Esports crawl to the ground here. Just stand up against the players all around the cost. I mean, they got pretty strong control here inside of the compound, but going to be circled around by the players here, and it's not going to be the easiest thing to deal with later on. But we do come across a bit of a stalemate. But on the feed, Vikings actually able to find one player of Telcom Digital Alliance, and he is going to be able to find one player from the side of Telcom Digital Alliance as well.
10 points already for Team Flash. I mean, they've been racking things up from the get-go, and right now, can they actually go in for the full cleanup? Vikings now, just by the edges, squeezing right past them. That member of Telcom Digital Alliance, Adik Luke, trying to hold firm. Just by the corner of the shack, Trang now putting a little bit more pressure towards him. Telcom Digital Alliance, I'm not quite sure whether they can actually get more position, because who they're up against, it's all a matter of 4 stacks. Everyone really proving themselves to be the big fraggers on the block.
Most definitely, yeah. We're down to the last 5 here remaining. Red Bull finds 966 away, and it drops down to composition of this last and final run. Probably the most defined last circle of it all, as we have 4 players of each squad now. Team Flash Tops has an overview of the players of the Vikings, but once he beats him to win, and that's going to be win eliminated as well. From afar, Red Bull from Vampire Esports 5 stops, and that's going to be the last 2 players here for the side of Team Flash.
And this is why he is being deployed into VPE. The main marksman right now hitting the mark with goals. He's trying to take charge of this current altercation with the rest of these members of Vikings, just charging right in. And it seems like Superman, he does not care if there's a kryptonite in front of him. He will still prevail.
Vampire Esports feeling the groove. If you get it. Contra so nearly, so smiling. Rooting for the squad, and you're definitely feeling it right now. And if ever they can get through the players of Boom Esports, might just be their game. They're holding on to a pretty strong position. But the players of Boom Esports has a pretty big control as well here on the parameter. There's not going to be any pitches to be offered here. They can go for the double trap from left to the right, but it's all going to come down to the timing here. The zone has to dictate the pace of this game. Can it be Vampire Esports, Boom Esports, or MVKE, the Battle of Vietnam, Indonesia, and Thailand? Let's get it.
Oh yeah, Boom Esports strategizing, trying to seek out if they could find any form of pain points of Vampire Esports. He's looking around the open ground, so that is a very cheeky angle that they're actually going up against. Ripple needing to deal with these two teams is going to be a daunting task. I mean, he's doing a solid work as of the moment. Whereas, once Boom Esports strikes, then perhaps his attention span might need to be focused back over to Boom. And Gilly, he will be able to hold on. So that is not even close yet for Boom Esports. Now they have to find recovery at the base. Lop right through. Pombit barely dodging that one. And now it's a full set for Vampire Esports.
True Lazarus is gonna get tagged out, man out, but they're gonna be able to secure elimination. And now, only 2 players here for Jar alongside M from the side of Boom Esports here trying to sustain their lives with the back. At their back, it's gonna be the zone. And it's gonna be Moonty actually finding Red Bull away. Double clash to be offered. And look at the players of the Vikings looking to offer the pinch from the back. Vampire Esports, they're not gonna be ready for this.
This is gonna be so tough. I mean, Vikings hop on their trails. The nade actually connected over on the member of VPE, but he goes in for the jump shot. Oh, he finds it in return. Mastery goes down, and now they need that quick reset because the rest of the Vikings, they close in. The nades are flying right through, and they are backs up against the wall.
The Vikings, the vampires, ensues the crusade, the battle, the last and final stand of it all. Nate's flying by. A battle of Thailand and Vietnam. Let's get it on.
Here we go. 2 members being pinned, and the Molotov connects. Oh, Superman! Superman! He's got it. He's gonna fight all of them, and the Vikings triumph over the barren deserts of Miramar.
Oops. Bloopers. And there we go. It's gonna be the Vikings. Your boys from the MGN Vikings Esports claiming the second round of the grand finals. It was definitely the exam round the first round. Second they go here for the side of Vikings. And we talked about them at the start of the broadcast. I mean, they've definitely had their own fair share of the spotlight, but weren't really able to close things out for quite some time. And finally they do it at the perfect time here on the grand finals.
It was all about just getting themselves into position, I guess, for the playoffs, where they're not really showing what their potentials are when it comes down to firepower. And here they finally do. They finally open up all these kind of fights which they weren't willing to take back in the playoffs. And it's just a great look for the side of MVKE. Now, we talked about Dark Forces. Perhaps this will be the one that triumphs above the rest.
What a spectacular round overall there. I mean, you know what, bro? As much as in control Vampire Esports was, the Vikings, they knew exactly when to strike, and that was when it was the Vampires' weakest. And you know, they knew for sure that, oh, on the feed, wait, they're dealing with Boom Esports. Actually, let's put ourselves to the mixer and make sure that they're not able to get the reset up against us. And look at the nades, the mollies, disconnecting the utilities overall. I never knew the Vikings could, any sense of Vikings can actually use nades and Molotovs properly.
Modern day Vikings they are. So, you know, maybe back in the days, if they found gunpowder, they will do exactly the same. We'll never know. But of course, we gotta look at some of the incredible stats coming out. Woonty as well as Superman. And it really felt like they just told Trang as well as Tins, you know what? You just have to look after a Woon as well as Superman, and Ware's just gonna win the game for you. So it seems like the case. What's interesting is the fact that the 2 main fraggers have like 700 over damage, and then the other have literally identical damage being done.
Yeah, man. I mean, damage definitely is a big factor overall. You know, you're getting the tag there, and I feel like Trag and Tints definitely was one of those squads that was just able to, you know, get the initial attach-ups, and it's just so fortunate there Superman and Woonty was just there to really secure this one through, and that's going to be a pretty great start here for the grand finals for this Vietnamese squad. Vikings, I mean, again, they've always drawn closer and closer to the winner chicken there, and finally they do actually strip this one through. Fine here on this grand finals round number 2.
That's right, and overall, I mean, we've definitely seen the level of tenacity that this team has, and the understanding of the situation was just sublime. I mean, they knew that they could actually prey onto those teams who are getting themselves busy in the mix of the battle, and they were thankful to Boom Esports. You know, they're the ones that stirred the nest for the members of Vampire Esports. And then VPE, I mean, that spot was so hard to really take away from them. Even, of course, understandably, Boom Esports struggled to even bypass when the rest of VPE kind of funneled in towards their direction. So, that being said, I still think that it's been great recovery, and Boom Esports, I said before, now that there's nobody stopping them inside Impala, they get to play a decent game, getting themselves in the top 4, and of course, Vikings, so far, this is just their strength in numbers, and also the sheer understanding of what needs to be done at every given point in time.
Yeah, I just gotta say how consistent Superman has been in regards to playing this inside of the tournament. Whenever the Vikings trample, Superman is always there. It's just kind of ironic to say that, you know, it's acting like he's the hero of the table all day, but he was definitely a true big factor in regards to, you know, just bagging into eliminations. Now we take a look at a bit of a head-to-head comparison here between them and Vampire Esports, and I gotta say, second time in a row where Vampire Esports was so freaking close to getting the chicken dinner. That really happened. Now they got compared with the Xavier earlier. They're gonna get compared here with Vikings, which they're gonna have 8 eliminations once again. Exactly how it went down on the first round for them. Now we move over towards the MVP of the match, and that is gonna be Team Flash Zias overall.
Yeah, I think that Team Flash definitely have shown that they are fighters over onto those corners of the map, but they were taking too many of these fights that resulted in them getting completed. But out of the many, Zeus, okay, according to Sir Cloud, he says that he spoke to the players. So how do I pronounce your name? It's actually Hugh. But then again, if it's Hugh, why do you add a Z and an S? But, you know, I guess I don't question that, but we'll still call him Zeus, man. I mean, he's like the god of thunder, striking everything down, being the MVP of the match.
If Zeus is here, then where's Hades? Where's Aphrodite? No, I'm kidding. we got you know, a battle that I want to see inside of PUBG Mobile and outside of in real life as well. It's definitely gonna be Zeus and Superman, bro. I feel like that would be a pretty strong matchup overall. But take a look at the top performers here. That's going to be you alongside 1T, Superman, and Red Bull overall. So that's going to be your top 4 squad remaining there. And it's going to be the match leaderboards now here. 19 points has been accumulated out of the Vikings, 9 off the eliminations, 10 off the placement, and 19. Quick maths, by the way. Vampire Esports and Team Flash going to be tied up here with 14 points in total. Boom Esports with 12, 7% of RQ. Cyclone Digital Alliance will actually have 5. Alongside the Xavier and AZ Slumber, 4 for 4. Alongside T2K Esports, Force Fries, Talon Esports, APG. Alongside Todak will have 3 for themselves. Team Secret will have 2, and only 1% of BTR, and the rest 50 still on this round.
Yeah, I still gotta say it's very top heavy, but who actually is some of the biggest winners out there for the past rounds? Vampire Esports, I mean, twice being on second place, they should be currently sitting very close to the top, if not the top at the moment. Finally, we got every single piece of all these elimination points on the block with a total of 66, or should I say maybe 4 members got depleted by the zone or so. Despite so many numbers out there, I'm a little disappointed that the headshots is only 7 because we've seen bigger numbers than that. But Bose, that was probably the longest shot that we've seen so far. 395, just 5 more in order to make the big 400.
Definitely, man. And it was a pretty hefty round there, and it was a pretty prolonged one as well. And we take a look at the overall rankings. Vampire Esports going to be there on top of the board, actually, because of how consistent they've been. The Xavier, they do drop down as well towards the number 2 spot, but the Vikings climbing 6 rankings coming from this very round itself, and Team Flash low at 3. Up for set of 7-9, APG and T2K, they do drop 4, 3, and 2, while Cyclone Digital Alliance, they do involve themselves into the mixture for the number 9 spot, and Boom Esports, on the contrary, is going to be pretty stale there on the number 5 spot.
Yeah, I think maintaining in the top 5 is just about as good enough. I mean, they're not too far off from eventually racing to the top again. keep in mind, I mean, end of the day, we're still gonna be that smash rule, so most likely not, it's not gonna be done when it comes down to day 4. Meanwhile, the rest of the field will still need to really get themselves recovered. Overall, they gotta adapt to this brand new pacing here in the grand finals. There's yet to be points guarded from inside of AST. Team Secret also only walk away with 2 points together alongside with Alter Ego as well as BTR. So all the big names for the playoffs having a little bit of slumber, while AZ Slumber themselves are actually ahead of some of these guys.
Yeah, definitely, man. And for Secretary Ramassi, unfortunately for them, they've gone through what? Pretty 2 pretty heavy rounds off the get-go, and they've been just, finding themselves into those casualties, which just hasn't been, the most provisionary thing to really happen, especially when you are now here at the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't exactly know what to tell you, Contra, but I'm definitely lost for words here, but we still got what, 4 rounds to go before we head straight towards the next initial day itself. So there's still going to be a lot of actions up ahead.
That's right. So we're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, we'll bring you on to the next round in Miramar once more.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got a feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. Never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on. Get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again, I lose control. Give me everything, it's what I want.
Here in the grand finals, it's been 2 back-to-back wins for Vietnam already. When is it going to be the rest to show up to take a bite of that chicken dinner as well? Well, somebody took a bite early on the break. And of course, my boy Warden is joining alongside me, Contra, as we'll be your casters for the entirety of the evening. We got 4 days of the grand finals. You're in the best timing possible as we only kicked off with our 2 matches. So game 3, this time we're shifting things up a little bit. We're going back to Miramar again. So do you expect to see pretty much the same names on the block to be stealing the show?
Hey, you know what, man? I'm coming from what I've seen from the last 2 rounds. It has been rightfully owned, but it's out of Vietnam. So whoever, I don't care who is it gonna be, as long as from Vietnam, I'm going for Vietnam, bro.
Fair enough. I mean, I think the ones that is missing on the block right now is Team Flash. I mean, they were pretty much having a member to be the MVP of that last round, so they're not too far off of that radar as well. But then again, big question now remains: Alter Ego, BTR, some of these guys, I mean, they're not looking so hot right now as compared to, you know, what we saw coming in from the past couple of days.
Yeah, man. I mean, we'll see later on as well on what more they can offer. Go back to Miramar once again, and I mean, yeah, we've had the EXA already. We have the MV and Vikings. Now, what's left remaining is definitely going to be Team Secret or Team Flash. So it's just going to be a toss-up between those two, but I feel like in some way, if it's going to be Erangel, then definitely going to be Team Flash. But on Miramar, I kind of feel like Team Secret has this one on the bag. So, hey, let's go down for down, ban for ban here for the side of Team Secret here. I'm going to be going for Team Secret for my prediction.
Okay, so you're going for another Vietnamese team. So that makes us both the same, except that I'm picking Team Flash this time around.
Okay.
So let's actually get it on the board. Are you gonna join on the Vietnam hype train production? Maybe there's VX on the board. So, of course, no pressure, no pressure. Go ahead, take whatever you want, Prod. We're still gonna be looking to break that free. Oh, MVKE. Okay. Back-to-back chicken dinner. They call for it.
Okay, so it's a battle of Vietnam here, and we kind of did this exact similar vote for the set of BTR by Talon. If I'm not mistaken, we did actually get it right, no? So yeah, so let's see if it's gonna be a Vietnamese squad winning this one through or not. Regardless, there's gonna be somewhat of a, you know, they're a bit more, what do you call this word, but it's definitely gonna be more specific for one of us here. Is it going to be Team Secret? Is it going to be MG and Vikings or Esports? Or is it going to be Team Flash? We don't exactly know. Or is it even going to be Vietnam in this round? We don't exactly know, bro.
Nah, no idea at all. I mean, it's just that some of these guys are really putting on a real good show. You know, I was hoping to actually see much more coming out of that part Esports. Last round, they came close, got overwhelmed. So now I'm like changing the tides. I'm like, yeah, feeling maybe a cup of like a good Vietnamese coffee will do me real good right now to really back up my evidence of how well these guys have been playing so far. But on top of that, I think like even names like CD Alliance and a few other notable mentions have been able to really keep up to the spree of all these teams. So much as we say it was very top heavy, it's still very skirmishy from all around the block. So I can't wait to get this one once again running, as we will now take flight on our third map of the day.
Yeah, let's get it here in Flight Path. It's going to be across from the north side of the map. So, hey, looking to be pretty good here so far. And it seems to be pretty centralized as well. So I'd be able to expect a bit of an even spread here for this very specific round here for the set of Miramar. Unlike on the first initial round on Miramar, where we actually saw it pretty much leaning towards the side of the map, and it was coming from across from the eastern side to the western side of the map. So it wasn't really looking good. But look at this though. This is probably one of the most straightest flight path in the center that we've had here in the season for the tournament here, Contra.
Yeah, I was almost going to reply like, what, we have some weird kind of lines to be actually put up. Well, I'm just joking. Don't cancel me for that, chat. I mean, yeah, overall, things are looking very nicely set up for all the other teams out there, as this is going to allow majority's team to just get to where they need to be. So, for most part, last time around, I mean, we've seen a lot of fights happening around that Minas Generalis area where we've had like T2K, who always fought Team Secret for that spot. It seems like they've already made a little bit more of that change now that they are actually going into areas like St. Martin, which, to be honest, I think this is a better trade-off, because St. Martin, you got more loot to actually work off from, and then if you still want to plot something up against Team Secret, they could absolutely do just that. Now, this is definitely interesting because we are once again getting a Southern-centric kind of ending. Could still be around that Los Leones or Impala area, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm lastly honest. We do have our Q Team Flash and Battleground Digital Alliance. Boom Esports are going to be coming from the north side of the map. There's going to be two squads as well. They're from the south side, but time being, though, we're not really seeing a lot of hot drops coming in. I mean, drop clashes at all. So it's going to be a pretty sale, but again, it's kind of like the nature you kind of want to expect, especially since the flight path was pretty centralized and every team is just going to have their own respective, comfort drops. So definitely going to be a bit of a stale approach, but the circle, though, does shift towards the northern side of the map a bit more. So that could be, a bit of worry later on, but time being, no, it shouldn't be a problem as we still got a minute and 30 seconds left to stall out.
Plenty of time for them to really work with. So maybe they just really want to reset a little bit more on those kind of tempo. Now that everybody actually gets their hands onto, fair enough resources across the map, then maybe it will be equal odds this time around where certain teams didn't manage to, have the right arsenal of tools for them to even traverse around the map. So D-Saber, they've definitely been an interesting bunch. I mean, they're the ones who went out the very first map back in Erangel. And especially with Lamborghini back, it's been looking really good. I mean, all along there was this other player that's just named DX, which I've always thought, like, perhaps that could have actually been Lamborghini. And overall to see that the AL, we got MyV. So I don't know if you guys can ever look up MyV. We've got so many memes about MyV because, like, this is kind of like the running joke where they're the kings of the road. It's a small little car, but they always act like they're the boss of the road, even besting things like a BMW,
Well, I actually didn't know that that's how you were able to pronounce MyV. MyV. Yeah, something like that. I feel like I'm gonna butcher that sentence and I get a call by production. What the hell did you just say? Yeah.
Yeah. So MyV is kind of like a short for My Vision, like Malaysian Vision, whatever you want to call it, and hence why they call that vehicle MyV. But now we got this player named Vivey. Like, I don't know what to make of it.
I swear, these pro players with their names, definitely a lot of questions sometimes.
Yeah, well, at least it's not too vulgar. I've seen some really nasty ones back in the past. One,
We had a conversation. We
talked about it. We're not gonna say what names there are, but yeah, y'all be wilding out there. Meanwhile, it's not too wild to kick things off. This is probably the quietest start that we've ever gotten. 3 minutes in, no action whatsoever.
Not at all. Yeah, I mean, not even a blood drop at all. I mean, this is pretty silent. And if anyone made a call that, yo, I don't like to play at Miramar because of how stale and how boring it can be, this might just be our prime example of like how low it can definitely be, especially when the flight path doesn't really be a pain in the butt, So yeah, definitely gonna be all equal here. Nothing much happening. It's a moment of silence for these teams, but truly enough, I mean, the longer that they take to deal up against each other on this first stage, the more compact that the next three circles are going to be. So I'm pretty excited. I'm going to be preparing myself for when it does come around here, Contra.
Yeah, by stage 3, you'll see it's just going to be a jumble up mess. I mean, this is more like the usual pacing of most of these pro teams where, you go in for proper setups. You do your own basic protocols like sending members to scout, looking at around surroundings that you could basically take as checkpoints and then continue on to the pursuit. But speaking of the silence, I think it's about to be getting a little bit more noisy between the two teams. I mean, just my assumption though, no guarantees because Woon, he just drove nearby those members of BTR. So he's just basically tracking.
Yeah, stop playing it cool, bro. I mean, you just jinxed it. That's the thing, bro. I'm playing it off, Contra. You just jinxed it, man. Could have been a situation, but you had to mention it. You just had to let it happen, bro. Lazy, though, actually has an overview, and he actually finds Wunty on the mountain side. So you might be right on this one. And actually, on the other side of the map, alter ego areas just come across and meet the players of Boom Esports, but they don't really go for the commitment. I feel like everyone's just taking their time here. And I don't exactly know what kind of thoughts that they were able to gather back in the drawing board between the round itself, but one for sure, they are definitely playing this one hello safely.
Yeah, rightfully so. I mean, some of these areas where Alter Ego is wrapping around, it's going to be rather dangerous. Boom, Esports now just finish off their loot by the corners of Impala and looks to take the Southern Wrap instead. Interesting enough, they started off because of the flight path directly into areas like Crater Field, so they are actually extending their hole over onto the circle. Boom Esports looking to garner a little bit more control. Krypton now getting tagged up. The Indonesian side going at each other, and it seems like Crazy, another fine individual coming from Indonesia, managing to get one knockoff over on the side of Cellcom Digital Alliance.
Pushing through here. Gonna be falling back. Rosemary 911 getting pretty much stacked up. Fortunately, has still 2 first aids to hold on to as well, so he can definitely get the reset. But on the feet, he is finally finds Yummy going down to the ground, and that's gonna be the first blood here, brought to you by ZSF Team Flash.
Beautiful work so far. As we finally break the silence coming in from all these teams. And now they get a little bit more involved. Zeus, the MVP of the past round. Naps won once again. Coming in from such a distance as well. I mean, he's definitely known for those close quarter combat, but now it just goes to show that he's pretty much dangerous from all kinds of range. So teams will really have to respect that territory of Team Flash over the south side of the Jonas. Whereas Toda now taking a very late approach, same goes to Sem9. And I think it pays off for Sem9 because it moves back into Pachinki, and it is going to be a big form of rotation coming from all these teams, so we will see the grand migration taking place real soon.
Unfortunate casualties here for the Boom Esports, and there's going to be a lot more to come as Rosemary off the Mini 14 shots him all through. Beautiful shots, able to attack him down as well. The cavalry tries to arrive, but it's a bit too late. And now the players of Team Flash actually, no, won't be the cavalry of Boom Esports. It's definitely going to be Team Flash here looking the closest one out and might be able to steal out the kill. Just going to try to check on by, but yep, it's going to be just stealing out another kill, but a lot more fights to go. But for the side of Team Flash, though, they don't really got to go for the commitment here, and they are throwing some shots in the process, but they can definitely back away, and they're looking like that's exactly the same call.
I just love how cheeky Team Flash actually goes in just to, you know, steal those points away. And if I were the opposite team, I'll be like super mad about that situation. I worked so hard, man. Like I shot that from 400 meters away, and you just come here and took my point off. I'm like, I don't know. Like
it's not my fault. You're too slow.
yeah. Absolutely. They were way too far out ahead in the field as well. I mean, they should have maybe just swing right by, just like what Team Flash did. Whereas the rest of Bigetron, back then it was Red Aliens, and there was like so many iterations. And now, of course, they've been working alongside with Vitality, and 2 powerhouses of each respective region now combined. I mean, they were the kings of Europe, and you could argue kings of the world as well. I mean, back to EWC, so many different titles. Vitality has been able to win it, and Bigetron by Vitality, this is definitely the biggest collaboration between the two giant orcs. Definitely want to see if BTR could once again raise back up, because currently sitting at 16 feels a little uncomfortable, but they definitely have many more rounds to go. End of it all, I mean, Smash Rule allows some of all these teams to really play catch up. Mace, though, he actually finds the Molotovs to connect over to the members of CD Alliance, and now they go in for the fifth flush.
Pushing through now here is Slumber. Feeling quite alive and kicking so far. Up the distance, separated by the wall itself. The nate's gonna get cooked now. The shot towards the left, but another shot to the face. 966, able to get one here, winning that slow K. Even Brian, it'd be the mixture of the DBS. Looks to get the pop, and that is gonna be Cellcom Digital Alliance now here, eliminated off this round.
The new kids on the block of Malaysia taking the old vanguards of Cellcom Digital Alliance. And that itself is just a little bit of taste of what the PMSL could actually bring. My word. That was not even any form of a challenge being formed by CD Alliance. 4 points on the tally, and right now, That part Esports move back into their old homes. But Picado is going to be a decent hole, but it seems like that circle, regardless of the situation, is still going to be somewhere around that high ground valley. And Faxcry, he gets a little something, and here comes the rest of Alpha. 2 members being knocked down. He's coming in for the rescue, going up against Todak. Now, neck to neck, he's just behind the wall.
Head to head so far. He's gonna get cooked here by Sad of Doc. There should be a connection.
Oh!
The double! Oh my god! No, not gonna be able to get the triple though. Unfortunately, has to pay for his life. And so unfortunate, his teammate's not gonna be around, but Ace 12's on the Molotov. Should be a direct hit as well. Gonna convert to a knock? Yes, it will be. Now it's gonna be Frenzy all alone for Sad of Todak.
It's so crazy. They get the perfect read, and like you said, that Molotov does actually clip, and now E's 1v1 duel, and he gets it! He takes out the entirety of Todak by himself!
Oh, the round persists here with RRQ trying to put themselves into the mix up against APG. RRQ into the clash. Oh, so unfortunate for a set of APG. They went through a lot. But now RRQ, they want to put themselves into the mixer as well. They want a third party out as well. And now it's going to be Ruthless down to the ground. East once again looking to survive and try to play off this game. But RRQ Gypsy shuts them all through. APG simultaneously will get eliminated.
RRQ is so fast on that rotation to really look for all these openings. And on the weakest side of APG, it was just an easy connection. And they just got the short door shut upon their face. 7-9 now, full recovery with the med kit. 4 tries over the hillside. It seems like these two teams have always gone on the brawl, and there's nothing that separates these two from actually going forward in this duel. But 2 members of the side of 4 tries all the way down under over the foothill, and it's going to be the Yuhai boy closing right in. Should be able to eventually go in for the takedown.
Drives. You're just holding on to this corner side of this rock side. Sim9 has an overview, but Haikyu's gonna get tagged up, but the players of 4 thrives. This Mozo has to find the means to get this one done, but Backfront in the process though has found one player of the Xavier that is gonna be Lamborghini here getting tagged up as well. Fourth here for Traps holding on to a pretty strong heady, but it's only gonna take at least a nade or 2 to probably push them back away from that scene. So for the zone's gonna be closing in. Alter Ego Eris walks into the blaze of AC Slumber, and Agent Brian finds the first shot here off this wave. Badru able to get the pump to the face here up against 1. And that's gonna be securing off the elimination as well. 1-for-1 trade they go.
A lot of back and forth. Oh, the nade! Brian! He depletes Badru. And now is absolutely possible, but Brian needs to hold by the stairwells. Great dodge coming from the member of Alter Ego. Then now he goes in for that straight on push. He's going in. He goes for the 1 tap. Now down to the 1v1. He knows that there's just one right behind his back, but he won't secure first and foremost. And that was that mistake. He could have actually went on to Alva, but he goes down. But at least that's 7 points for AZ Slumber.
Just one away now. The ground persists here. Now it's gonna be RQ Ryu up against BTR by Vitality. So far, big fights coming into the play. The nade. Oh, watch the nade. Watch the nade. Coming by. Vexy now tagged up to half. Better Alice. To heal up. You have the angle. Does he have the time? Another nade bites the dust. And that heal from the side of Federalis gets cancelled out. All separated by the smoke. Arky Noga Ryu now here going to be wrapping around once again from the back. Federalis sprays down and will be able to get converted to a knock.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming in from Ferralis. Now can he actually go for a save? There's still hurling of nades being tossed out from side of the Pecco as he tries to hold it on the line, and another swing comes right by. Finally back up the rise, coming for the rest of BTR, but Alter Ego wants in! It's the three-way warfare between the civil rivalry of the Indonesians, and now swings him by, and Jen Fossey finds it!
Foss, once again, you're trying to sustain all he can up against Alter Ego Eris. Badru's now going to be the only player alive. And that's going to be now Alter Ego Eris finding the means to wipe away the players of the opposition. That will be the Xavier now eliminated. But the round persists and it continues as they now got to go up against the players of BTR.
RRQ, they were onto something, and because of that swing by coming from Alter Ego, BTR is allowed that full room for a reset, and now back on their track to try to bring the pain towards the rest of Alter Ego areas. And they were looking at Woods, they were a little bit more hesitant to actually go on to take out the rest of the members of Alter Ego. Mela now all the way on foot, needing a little bit of a backup as it's going to be Gui that goes into save Ripple just in the nick of time. Oh, he was almost fully bleeding out. Alva, Badru will try to generate away safely away from harm, but BTR is about to give chase as well. Speaking of that, we move on to another individual team. Talon Esports now spots out the backs of Vex Cry of Sem9. A little bit of interesting maneuver, considering that to be a little bit more ambitious. And just like that, Vex Cry, he goes in, snapping it back over the side of Talon, and immediately secures it.
Sem9 so far gonna go on a spree. Once again, pulling things to one down. Now we take a look at the map here. Northern side control for the side of Sem9, Vampire Esports, Talon Esports, and Tribetter Massey for the side of the mid map. It's going to be preoccupied by the players of T2K, Boom Esports, Team Flash, and Team Secret themselves. Bit of a slight bit of rotation as well here. Has to be dealt with by the side of BTR. Vampire Esports here on the western side of the map. BKE as well here holding on to the outskirts.
VP, they don't really have much options here for Mela. But Sem9, the reason why they're really tanking out the Blue Zone a whole lot is because they know that once they step outside, Mela is currently holding him over onto that corner. And he's definitely expecting Sem9 towards this direction. He's already heard those footsteps, and now he gets that perfect D-line charging up against him. Can he actually find the angles? And right now brings out the S12K. He goes in, a couple of tags, not quite connecting though. And now he's starved out of position, but he does not get out-dueled. And just like that, the clutch happens. Vampire Esports prevail, and now finds all 4 points.
Sem9 eliminated. Now it's going to be a fight here with Driver Massey against Team Secret. Jukai from the top. Tricks here holding things down just a little bit. They got to be cautious though. Going to be able to squad there on the other side of the spectrum. T2K, Driver Massey. Team Secret here about to go for a standoff. There's going to be a battle for timing here. They don't got to worry about rotating at all as the zone is just about to close out and they're going to be involved into it. Bit of a stalemate here, just a bit of silence. But as soon as that first strike comes along, could definitely get more bloody here, Tantra.
It's about to be now. Coordination coming from the side of Team Secret, looking absolutely beautiful. Gets the knock over Gante with a headshot. EST can afford to go in for the pickup as they're pretty much bunch up all together. GK, is this going to be the right moment for him to also close in the distance at the very same time? Keep in mind, though, the rest of BTR now takes cover of the hillside. And that could be a tough predicament for the rest of Team Secret as well. So it's kind of like a wise choice that they did not further commit other than landing that one knock. Because they do suspect that there's one other team over on the top side despite having any form of POV at the moment. Whereas the rest of BTR, now with the addition of Red Face to double down on that firepower as well as experience. Red Face right now leading the charge on those kill volumes that they have for the side of BTR. And they're bound to meet face-to-face eventually. As the space is running out, 30 seconds, the Blue Zone is going to be completing its course. And the rest of Team Secret right now pushing forward. I think GK definitely has done a good job getting the first contact. And doesn't seem like it's a commitment just yet.
Definitely a pretty good spread here for the side of Team Secret. Again, you got to be cautious here. There's so much things that you might have to worry about. Pretty congested here on the eastern side of the map. BTR has a 3-lane, 4-lane formation as well. They do have an overview here up against Team Secret and Traver Massey there from the back as well. And they're only going to be shifting here on the mid side, so there's not going to be too much things they got to worry about. Better Owls still back away. But on the other side of the let's look at the Vikings. They're pretty steady on where they are right now. They don't really have to worry about anything so far, and it's just all going to come down to the rest of the competition or to pick themselves up part by part.
The only thing that they have to be concerned about is to really get a firm spot inside the zone. Because currently they're situated by the outskirts. They were playing by the high ground. And perhaps they might need to find Vampire Esports for that spot as well. Something that is bound to happen maybe in the next minute or so. With this confirmation, I mean, they're given only so little time for them to quickly shift forward. So the Blues are just going to close in. Pressures on those members of Talon and T2K. T2K hoping to really hold off some of the players all the way up north. They got to deal with both Talon as well as VP at the same time.
Oh, they got to do it, definitely. So far, no one's really checking out, and no one's really committing to any angle whatsoever. You might just have to draw down to probably the last 2 minutes here inside of this initial circle itself. Holy Town's pretty still. Overview here for Set of Igneous. So much things in the reach of his hands, but I do believe that whoever starts off this clash might just be the most why they can get punished now. And Team Secret gonna go for a rotation. Big heading for the side of XC. Able to tag the player. Team Secret apart, but Franklin from the back. Able to take down Delta from the side of Tribe Massey.
Vexy pressuring them with those grenades. And BTR still having that firm hold over on the high ground. And the rest of Team Secret, they're playing by the creases here. Plenty of defensive cover for both AST as well as Team Secret. But Great Plays is about to close right in, and that is going to be a good connection. And oh, the angles was good for the side of Frankie. Now he's looking for Ferraz. Gets a couple bullets before he gets stopped from above. And just like that, Crazy as well as Great Plays, they're going to put a lot of impact. And there's just plenty of casualties right now. Is ASTW involved at the same time? Crazy now crashing forward, and now that puts a little bit more of a distraction as he looks to deplete 2K, and that one tap was beautiful. The entirety of BTR, they remained safe. Only one taken down within the skirmish.
Held her ground once again. Just like that. BTR but Vitality now, they now have to go against the players of Team Flash here in rotation, scrambling towards the direction. Cyber Massey still not to be washed away, not just yet. Still trying to stay alive now, fully composed now. Federal's gonna be out here inside of this round. In the process, once again, we've got to see it. Team Secret gonna be eliminated. Same goes for the side of the Vikings. We're down to the top 7 squad remaining here on this round number 3 here, Contra.
The numbers fell like flies. And right now, with the push coming in from the side of Vampire Esports up the hillside, T2K tries to fend them off at the very same time. They did manage to cover perfect grounds in order to hold down the rest of Vampire Esports. And Vampire Esports, they're desperate for that space. They barely find anything at all. Now they need to lick their wounds. T2K is doing so much, and right now, they're the only 2 teams alongside with Pubg who's holding inside the zone.
Gonna be flying there. Close to get the connection there, brings Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports, the board so far here in the overall ranking. Haven't been able to get a winner in second there, but definitely has been so freaking good in regards to putting their names up there on the pedestal. Always has been included on the number 2 spot. But in the process, though, Talon Esports goes for the fight up against Kyber Massey. Another player lives on, sprays on by Igneous. Shots one apart. This could be tricks down to the ground. Could be Rig as well on the other side. So far, T2K showing really great pals.
But it's only down to Igneous left. I mean, they were trying to deal with too much. And speaking of which, even Team Flash comes in from the other side of the hill to take him down. Team Flash right now on a streak. 7 points to their name. And this is once again a big showing coming in from Vietnam. Bigetron by Vitality got in the mix of that fight. AST has been able to go in for the shutdown, getting themselves those 5 elimination points. In this top 5, anyone's game. A little harder for those individuals coming from Boom as well as Talon. They just gotta hold their ground until the timing is right. Achille is holding onto the grenade. I don't know when exactly is he gonna pop it though.
Composition of squad here. 5 remains in total. Nicole. They're prone down to the ground. An overview of Vampire Esports on the other side. Once again, Team Flash and Vampire Esports has the best of all odds. Triber and Massey, the Dark Horses don't stay alive. They don't have Delta anymore. 3 players here to play with. Odds so bleak here for the set of Boom Esports and Talon Esports. Definitely going to be a bit of a toss-up now. 8 seconds left before the zone has to close out once again. We can definitely see the shift towards the next run. The battle of the mountainside here, Contra.
Oh, Jules just by the very edge of it. He tosses another nade, trying to flush the position of Empire Esports away. Red Bull undeterred. He knows that he's around the corner. But that also draws the attention of AST at the very same time, because they know they didn't actually toss anything towards the side of VPE. And now Red Bull's looking for a closure. He's going over on the corner. He heard those footsteps. A chill. He's cooking up that grenade. 5 seconds. It's about to blow. And he's out pulling away. Not enough time. Red Bull caught him with his pants on the ground.
Pushing through now. Talon's going to be eliminated. Team Flash. The best of all odds now. Look at the 2 squads here just fighting for their lives. Vampire Esports looking to close out the distance now here up against Traver and Massey. The nade connects there by Red Bull. LS6 on the bottom side. Crick's going to be watching this side as well. Vampire Esports on the aggressive tone. Traver Massey looking to hold things down there. They got one player to hold on. That's going to be Sigante as well. They're looking to provide the backside pushes. Sprays on by now with an M4 here. Finds a few players tagged up. Meow out 6 now crawling on his 2 feet. And that's going to be Red Bull as well. Gooey's not going to be alone here for the set of Vampire Esports.
And they were all crumbling down, and Tribe Everybody was so patient holding it out. It's only down to Gooey left, and the nade's falling in.
It's falls in. The battle continues. Team Flash win. Picking up the nade. It's one player on his crosshair. And gonna go for the fight, not just yet. One player apiece for the set of Vampire Esports, and he's gonna be eliminated. Gooey's out. Now the 3v3, no 4v3. V1 situation. Team Flash definitely has the best of all odds here, Contra.
Oh my word, didn't expect my prediction to go so well for a moment, but they're still EST. Don't count them out just yet. I couldn't really spot out the final member of Boom Esports. They're still hiding around these corners. Perhaps he could be the tournament side of Team Flash once these two go on the brawl. Strake's Rick as well as Gante now just by the corner dipped, and these nades are falling right by. Almost getting over onto the corner of Gante. There's a couple of smokes for them to expend, just to try to wiggle off some room. And with this vision denied, this might actually still have wind here to be able to spot them out if they actually proceed any further. And take a look at that final member mainly for the side of Boom Esports. He's falling right behind, and I think that he's about to pinch Win, as Win, he's getting himself pretty much occupied right now with another nade to be cooked up. And now AST, they're hardly having anything. That will go. The first contact will be in play, and now it's only down to Strix left.
Oh, here we go. Team Flash washes them away. And it's the only player left remaining for the set of Boom Esports. On bit, what can you do up against the full composition of Team Flash? The buggy is out. They know exactly where he is at. They know what's up, and it's going to be a close out now. Big old play for the side of Team Flash, and they're going to be our winners of this round.
Wow. What can we say about the stroke of brilliance that they've shown us over here? Being the kings of the hill by the Talon. Absolutely undeterred throughout their run here in Miramar. And that was one of the cleanest ones, with all of their members still alive to till end of the round.
I gotta say, bro, it's the Battle of Vietnam for today's run, bro. 3 back-to-back runs for the Vietnamese squad. Team Flash able to double this one down, and the only squad missing from the Vietnamese crew is definitely gonna be Team Secret.
And not forgetting DX as well. I mean, these two guys, they're falling down out of the radar, but it's all thanks to all the other teams also being so feisty as well. But Team Flash, from that last round, Hughes was the MVP, and this time, Hughes is going to be, once again, securing himself that MVP spot 2 rounds back-to-back with that 7-pointer finish.
Yeah, we talked about him, and he's definitely on top of the board in regards to just getting the eliminations up there. With 7 to his name, that's definitely going to be cranking up the whole statistics run here to going to be the road for that MVP run. What a play so far. I mean, we've seen the winner chicken dinner already go to the side of the Xavier. We've seen it for the Vikings, and now we're seeing it from the side of Team Flash, all coming from Vietnam.
just so incredible. Like, this kid so far is actually putting all the right moves. And so far, having his twin brothers to also back him up, both this time, as much as he does not really secure all too much numbers out there, has been able to really be the backbone of the team to keep the engines running high on the side of Team Flash. Overall, I mean, the past couple rounds, Team Flash has been incredible. Even the last round, they didn't make it in the top 4. They still going for those high frag volumes, and they're sticking to the same modus operandi. Same goes to say, for the very least, for Vampire Esports, they were not part of the top 4, falling pretty closely to the top 4. But it was that push towards AST that resulted in them getting demolished.
Yeah, definitely. Well, with that being said, here, Team Flash, Vampire Esports, Driver Massey, 7-9. Has been pretty frustrating here on this match number 3 here. Able to get it done. G to the G's. Well played. There you go. And it was a pretty, pretty slow start here on this initial round, but at the end, bro, everything just became much more hectic, and that's what we like to see. We have a comparison here between the Vietnamese squad and the Indonesian squad of Boom Esports. Team Flash gonna have 12 eliminations for their name. Not really comparison overall, with Boom Esports actually only having 0 eliminations inside of the round. So I don't exactly know what's up here, but for sure those are their stat lines.
Oh, it's pretty interesting that, Boom Esports, this is the round where they didn't secure a single drop of elimination points, but hey, placement points is absolutely worthwhile, so it did manage to achieve something in return. Zeus, what more do we talk about this kid, man? Like, he's always up there, really churning out those numbers, and now giving everybody a run for the money where he could possibly turn up to be the FMVP of the entirety of the tournament if he can just continue on with the streak. 987 damage, like we mentioned earlier on with the 7 elimination points. Seeing him just take off is just definitely a sight to behold.
So take a look at the top performers of the round. We got actually 7 once again for the side of Viz. We know that for a fact. Back probably with 6 actually alongside Miala, 6 from the side of Vampire Esports, and obviously 1 player from the side of AZ Slumber that is going to be Asian Brian with 4 eliminations to his name, and they definitely started off on the brighter side of the round, but unfortunately sustainability wasn't really all around there for the side of AZ Slumber. Vampire Esports, I mean, ever so consistent, man. I mean, they're always part of the top 5 crews run this one down, and they're still going to be there up on the board. So with 14 points are named, 22 on total for the side of Team Flash. We have Driver Massey here with 12, 8 for the side of 7-9, AZ Slumber with 7, 6 for 6 for the side of Boom Esports, and Bigetron by Fatality, 5 for 5 for the side of Alpha Gaming and Alter Ego Eras. That's going to be 4 for the side of Talon Esports, 3 for the side of RQ Rio, 2 for the side of T2K Esports, MGN, Vikings Esports, Team Secret, and 1 for 1 for the side of Force Horizon Todek, where D Xavier and Telecom Digital Lions pretty still on this initial start.
Yeah, it's still a little bit more a slow start for some of these guys out there, but hopefully they will be able to pick up the pace, or else they'll be left so far behind. It's been 3 rounds already on this first day, and we see major improvement coming from the likes of Manny. And not only did Zeus actually get most of the elimination points, he's also the guy that frags out even from that long distance that we talked about in the initial point of contact they had in the early span of the match, with 379 points of distance being covered from here. And just look at the stats, I feel like these are stock standard. 3 airdrops looted, but I didn't really see anyone whipping out like things like a Grozar, P90. Then again, we're in Miramar, man. Like, usually they just stick with whatever they're comfortable with.
That's going to be the third chicken dinner granted for this one. The Xavier started off with on a high note with 21 points for the name, 19 now for the set of Vikings on the second round. Third goes for the set of Team Flash. And what does this call? Once again, I like to say this, it's the battle for Vietnam's run here. 3 out of 4 teams from Vietnam already making it happen for the squad, and just 1 rogue team of Thailand is actually going to be there. That is going to be Vampire Esports, but Team Flash and Vampire Esports going to be tied up in 42 points in total, 25 and 25 as well for the set of MVKE and D Xavier, alongside Boom Esports and Sam9 actually as well. Wow.
It's so close. I mean, everyone's pretty much tied up, even for that number 1 spot. Take a look at Vampire Esports stats. So interesting that all 3 rounds played out, it's pretty much the same score line of 14 points for each respective members. And moving into the other side of the equation, yeah, they're lagging behind. I really wish that they would actually step up a little bit more. But then again, when you have so many teams in the lobby, you have more teams not really securing placement points, which is why it is kind of tough if you could not really find that space into that zone, so to speak. So more work to be done, but hey, we'll find out a whole lot more when we finally move back to Erangel.
Yeah, definitely, man. So with that being said,
Step into the ring. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got a feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get alone. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again, I lose control. Give me everything, it's what I want. Best I've ever been, I see the goal. Feel it deep.
and that is it. Welcome back once again now to the continuation of the first day of the grand finals. It is us here going straight towards round number 4, and we're going back to Erangel. My name is Warden, and we are, and my name is Contra. No, my name is Warden, and we have Contra as well. And you know, let's just get it on, bro. I'm lost for words. I've been losing myself. These games have been pretty close, and I gotta say, man, I've grown such a big heart for the Vietnamese crew already, man. Back to back to back, Vietnam all the way through.
And we just need to love them, man. Like, the way that they are performing is just absolutely otherworldly, right? The way that they've been able to really back those wins and different styles of their own. Of course, different names altogether coming from BX and VKE as well as Team Flash. The only ones right now that hasn't really shown us some convincing moves is Team Secret, but hey, they actually played pretty well inside of Erangel, so maybe it could this be a chicken dinner for each respective teams, or maybe it's a change coming along, because
Team
early
Secret.
on it could be anyone out there. So you're going for Team Secret already?
Yep, Team Secret all the way, bro. I want to see the full squad of Vietnam here bag this one through, bro. I'm still staying towards Team Secret.
Okay, if that's gonna be the case, I'm gonna change things up. I feel like they will eventually pass the torch, right? So I'm going for APG this time, where they've been managing to take up a decent fight. Just in Miramar, it's always been multiple teams that gang up upon them. So maybe with the amount of space that's being provided, APG could actually take one for themselves.
Well, we'll see about it. I mean, APG, I've been a pretty big fan for them actually. You know, when I remember casting my first initial days with APG back in their old organization, For Miracle Vibes, if I'm not mistaken. You know, so yeah. Hey, I'm happy to see them. Let's see if they're gonna be able to actually get this one on. After all, they got some pretty top dogs in their squad there, and elimination is truly not a problem for them, especially in the map of Erangel.
Yeah, and overall, you know, like, I guess, like, I voted for Vampire Esports initially, and then I just think that, yeah, it's been 3 games in a row now. I think that these guys are definitely top fragging, so to speak, but then again, they couldn't really land the finishing touch. I just want to add a little bit more points to my tally, just to be a little bit more sure about how things go. But hey, at least Team Flash kind of earned me that 4 points, so yay, finally, in the lead for the first time on the predictions.
Yeah, you got 4 to your name, man. I don't know what you've been eating. I don't know what you've been dosing up into, but what if for sure you've been getting all your arcs pretty spot on. Much more so over. It could have been 5th as well, but Vampire Esports actually coming in 2nd off the vote that you actually had on the 2nd round. But hey, let's get it on. 7 seconds separates us from the 4th round and South round, the first day of the grand finals. It is going to be going back to the El Clasico map of Erangel.
Here we go. And once again, we're being treated with another teaser coming in from the island side. So last time round, when we kickstart our first match here in the grand finals, went all the way down the island, and Vampire Esports seemingly had the tendency to either choose Primos or even the island itself. So now there's both for choice. If they don't really want to take the islands, sure, they can just swerve all the way across towards the far western end. Talon Esports, as per usual, moving into Nova, then they will be joined alongside with APG inside of the melee base. So, the big question now remains is that, you know, some of these guys, they've been having some of all these areas that they've battling for inside of the playoffs. T2K, they're happy that, you know, they get to take that claim inside 70 since that SI8, they're no longer there to disrupt them so far. So, that I want to see a little bit more coming in from the side of T2K as well. That's definitely one big prediction coming in from our dear producers moving into this match.
Definitely. And, you know, we're looking at it, it is definitely going to be a pretty safe flight pass overall. Now we take a look at the strike. And look at the... What is that robotic thing going on there? But what if for sure it is going to be that fights coming through here for the set of 4 Thrives. And the first blood will be ensued by the players of 7-9. IQ on the roll.
Wow. Big opener coming in from the side of U-High. And funny enough, I mean, that flight path goes towards the left side and the circle is going on the right. A small chance that it still ends up in Novo, but highly unlikely. It's still a tough call, though. It's very interesting that this could potentially go up into the lumber hills of Milta or Milta itself. So we'll have to see how this one pans out for the side of 7-9. They're going for a chase. And enough. Coming to a close, but couldn't really find the mark just yet.
It's definitely been horrific here for these squads. Top definition here. Our trap's going to be taking a bit slow, and quite unfortunately, you do lose Falak quite early on. Get this man here, just holding his trigger down. Oh, Mazel doesn't actually know he's going to be there. But Force Drives only has a double barrel shotgun to be played as well, so he can't afford to miss a shot, so he is definitely hesitating.
Yeah, when you don't really have the numbers to actually churn, you just got to find some pickoffs in order to turn the tides around. And it's really down to this member who's only got a 2-bullet pump on his hands for now. Not even grenades, so to speak. So this could be Farron now, career aggressing, and over on the side, it seems like T24 does get the drop over onto Dia. And he's only got the revolver. He's hiding inside the smoke. And this battle by the corners hospital is the first time that we're getting between Alter Ego and Tribe Armacy.
A bit of a stalemate here on the hospital side. And there's going to be a shot there as well there for set of 4 Thrives. Finds one player there. Bottom out of the screen, but a trade will be given as well. But it's out of 7-9. It's a back and forth battle there for 4 Thrives, but 7-9 looking to have the better lap at it. There's only going to be 2 players remaining here for set of 4 Thrives. Not able to get the initial shot. Also, Hour, no connection whatsoever. If only he decides to swing towards the right side, pops one to the floor, not able to get the connection. Might just be able to get another knock now, but T24 OP just missing his shots.
Yeah, he knows that there's now 2 players over in the corner, and they has to play it really smart. Where exactly is Naki? Naki is just trying to help him out from the back end. Amazon now being retrieved, but I don't think that they found any first aid kits just yet. From the health bars, and here comes the swing. Going back to the hospital is Krypton punish. It's always Gante, but he gets dropped instead. Thank goodness Trix was there to back him up, and now they're going charging for a whole lot more. Delta with the micro Uzi gets blinded with the smokes right in front of his face, and oh, down the stretch. He's got this double cross being set right over the corner. Badru allowed to actually surf right in, and now Alba, Badru, they got Delta absolutely boxed out.
Big ol' spray! A lava! Pops one down. Fiber Massey Delta down to the ground. Delta Guerreris. Much true here. It's a pretty heavy fight here inside of the hallway. And Rosemary able to get another pop to the face. And from the back, 11 finds Strix down. Fiber Massey now here only having 1 player to rely on inside of this round. As Alter Ego Eris washes him away.
That was such a decisive strike coming from the side of Alter Ego. I'm just so surprised. Even with the crossfire, they could not really find it all. And it was that collateral for Rosemary. That was a stuff of beauty. Now we go back into third period. They have yet to really scores rake final member out. So that really secures it. All 4 points for the side of Alter Ego. And now they finally secure a knock. And now the rest of 7-9 moving up the stairwells. T24, he's got the QBZ in hand though. Can he puncture through?
Pushing through here. To get another. Oh, the bow and arrow actually connects with one, but T24 OP. And an AR, able to get a spray. Looking to get another now. Shotgun in the hands. Able to secure Satria down. Looking to get another, but the bomb through the window. Enough to eliminate the rest of the composition of 4th Thrives. Pakistan is out.
Oh. Heartbreaking, but that was great effort. And take a look who's here. AZ Slumber is here to rain on the parade of 7-9. A far lob. Not connecting towards 7-9 just yet. And that second one definitely does the trick. Brian. Agent Brian. Now, by the corner. Great spot on attack. And this is where it goes down. 1v1 challenge. And he thinks that, oh, maybe it's only one guy around. So he's still going to be on the lookout. But little does he know, Yuhai is still around that vicinity.
Definitely is. Ooh. Agent Brian here going to try to wrap as well, but... from the top there, it's still going to be 7-9. He's down, and 7-9 dealt with 4 times earlier, but now they're going to feel the players of AZ Lumber. Chiakuta. Pulsing it up now for floor control here for set of 7-9. The pump to the face will be enough as well as Vex tramples to his feet out on the ground, and that is going to be 7-9 as well, eliminated alongside 4 Thrives.
I just love the read coming from AZ Slumber. They know very well that 7-9 as well as 4 Thrives, they love to go on the duel, and this is where they managed to find that perfect avenue. Meanwhile, BTR caught on rotation, and it's going to be Olio hoping to secure the number. Crazy already depleted, but the shots are actually coming in from the side of APG to further suppress him. So maybe there's a chance that that point gets stolen away. Vexy now gets the knockdown. He's now being sent out. That's going to be some smokes to cover fire for the meantime. Leo, fortunate enough to still stay put, but they lost my Bikini from the get-go.
Unfortunate there. Bikini's going to be out. APG here on the other side of the map, though, that's across the vicinity of the players of BTR by Vitality. APG, so talk about the marksmanship, my days. Able to get a knock there. That should be damaging the helmet, I'm sure. Still though, they are still finding the means to get one for themselves. But Zashi now tagged up, but It's going to be him falling back here behind the monster truck. RQ, you're going to go for the drive-by, and it's going to be the player of Kodak, Leon, down to the ground and away from the round itself.
Beautiful, beautiful fights that we're getting so far in the span of the early rounds. But now you see so many cluster teams over onto the central area, and now is a shift back into Nova Renoi. Are you kidding me? Oh. This is the worst scenario for the rest of the team, but Talon Esports is gonna be laughing their way to the bank.
Oh yeah, definitely. Most likely, yeah. Nova Renoi in control.
It's so ridiculous.
Watch the bridgehead later on, gonna get congested by so many squads. On the feed now, the Xavier finds Vampire Esports away through. Vampire Esports finds AZ Slumber. It's a back and forth. Look at the players of APG are scrambling across the close down the bridge already, but now the Xavier here has to fight between Vampire Esports with Miliao Lao 6 here down to the ground.
Back and forth we go. The Xavier so far checking them one by one. We all the way towards the far back though. There's not much that he can really do about this scenario right now. He does not have any form of vehicles. His teammates are already out. He's absolutely stranded, and the worst news is that that zone is going into the island as well. They've only got about less than 2 minutes for them to really settle the scores. Talon Esports, they decided not to camp on the bridge for far too long, but they are sending a chill to do all the damage. Talon right now, right underneath. Same goes to APG on the further end. They're lobbing nades back and forth at each other. And here comes Boo. Making his debut here over onto the grand finals. As those nades are going too far wide, not really clipping onto any of these members just yet. And Zyle hoping to make matters worse for Talon Esports.
Can't afford to let this one slip by. You had the control, but now APG persisting to get this one through. It's going to be down to the ground. Doc Refus, y'all, what can you do? Talon Esports still going to be fully composed. Players, but APG Refus finds the nade to connect up against Yoru. But the time is draining. It's definitely in the essence. 2 players knocked here for the of Talon Esports. You took the fight. You have the control for yourself. Now you got to deal with this. Go with a 2v3 now. Who here has to go for the pickup? Looking to drop the smoke as well here to provide a coverage. It might just be a reset, but does it have enough time? Looking like APG gets the call. Axel needs to move in quick. Oh, wants to cross. Zio Repots on the other side. Gonna go for the spray. Can he get the cancel out? Y'all on the other side. Monk's gonna get blown as well. And now it's gonna be Doc from the back, able to get this one done. And that's gonna be Talon Esports collapsing from the sky.
Talon, they were holding it inside of Novo, and they just extended all the way out, giving away their advantages. And just like that, APG with that timely push has been able to overthrow the whole overall bridge. They still have Axel. But what can Axel do at this current point in time? They've been weakened so much already. And the rest of the field, take a look at them. Everyone's scrambling for that space. Boom Esports, they got a big plan. They took those boats, and they're about to book Nova for themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be a wrap now here. Nova's definitely going to be the initial circle itself. Definitely the circle's just become so erratic. I don't exactly know what's up, but on the feed, RQ finds Daki down himself. Axel Hill looking to go for the commitment here. Gonna be all alone. The last glimmer of hope here for Talon Esports. Looks to go for the pound. Oh, doesn't really get to him as well. APG bring around a rosary from the sky. He goes down, and that's gonna be Talon Esports now here eliminated.
It's so crazy. The work rate for APG is just immense. And right now, charging right into the compound, it's going to be between RRQ versus Team Secret. Izzy does it. Gets a blow over onto the side of Juke. And now here comes Frankie. And another tab is all it took for the side of the Pecco to break all 5 points. The Pecco, he's the only scorer in RRQ, and he's just stealing in the show.
Wow. Oh, wow. Woo. Definitely looking pretty hot here. A lot of mishaps happened for all these squads. The top dogs in the competition so far has been trampling down. After Esports here, down but the last player here, definitely on top of the board. Team Flash still going to be having the full squad for himself. The Alter Ego Air is now going to be going for the rotation as well. It was going to be trailing them from the back, but he's not going to be coming in and drawing in here pretty close. They're not picked up here with a set of Doc, but what can you do when you...
And not much, apparently.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off right there.
It's
but
fine, bro.
It's just the circle's just so trashy, right? I mean,
Yeah.
and there's really no room for these teams to really play it on any safe location. And Razy finally getting something in return. Alter Ego still in the blue. None of these guys really want to commit, but they have to take this duel. Rosemary crosses over, and he tumbles instead.
They tumbling now. Oh my days, the Xavier just deals with the Vikings. Alter Ego air simultaneously. They're mad and hungry and they want to take this round for themselves. Team Flash here, 20 some shots up against RQ. Top two on the top side. RQ there from the front. They don't have any options. They just gotta go for the commitment and the nades as well. Pull it up now. Can they get the connection? Not exactly the case. It's a barrage. It's full of control here so far for the Team Flash, but RQ, they try to disengage from the fight, rotating towards the left side of the map.
Look at how many teams are currently disgruntled about the situation, playing by the outskirts, still playing inside of the blue zone. The Pecco looking for more, but he got tagged on his foot. Oh, big shot coming from the side of Tops, and that changes everything. Here comes the par. He tries to do something in return, but immediately upon arrival, he gets pinned down at the very same time. Team Flash, their waking magic happens over onto the corner of the map.
But there's something awakened now. See, instead of RQ here, just instead of the zone bandaging up. Doesn't really have a lot of room to work with. Flash. We got another wave of nades. Doesn't get the connection. Oh, the zone's starting to hurt real bad. They want to call this one quits. That single elimination is just not going to be worth it. But look at the player outside come to the alliance. Might just play for the cut-off as well. Bows. Knows exactly what's up. All back away. They do instead of the face on for the time being. Not really too safe though. There's going to be a pinch offered. But instead of RQ and come to the alliance simultaneously soon enough.
Team Flash, I'm just surprised that they've been able to really hunker down over onto this section, and now that area for the bridge is being cleared up. They're still hesitating because they don't know exactly where APG relocated, and there's still that one member of CD Alliance, Oleo, who's currently on the other side of the bridge. Tops, he's going to also regroup, but I wonder if there's going to be any form of retaliation coming in from that individual of CD Alliance. Top's going to be able to go in for the pin down. So it's only down to Munama 99. Who exactly is this? Is this Jimmy OP again, who's called Kasim, who's loved to change his name every now and then? I am honestly having zero clue, but I get tilted when teams actually change their names to something odd.
Because you somewhat just don't know what to say, like
Yeah.
you can't really bring in the narrative if you're not really too certain. You talk about it and the next thing you know it's just not him. But hey, Bounce though. Take some shots here. Solcom Digital Alliance. I mean, haven't really had the best of groove here coming from the last 3 rounds, and so far, yep, he's gonna get overwhelmed here. But now here sprays on by, and that's gonna be him out away, sent out from the round.
Okay, with his portrait right there, I can confirm it's actually Jimmy. So,
Gimme boy.
it doesn't matter too much now that he falters, doesn't it? So, only 1 point for CD Alliance at the very least. But Team Flash, though, man, look at these boys. 5 points already. Looking for that #1 spot, holding it firm. Whereas Todak, could they hold it on the line? They have 3 members here. And the B line of members of Team Flash is charging right through. A lot of open space, though. But the rest of Todak, they're also playing by the shoreline. BTR, I remember they were playing over on the far end of the shores as well. I'm not sure if they've been able to make the cut into Novoronoye already. But hey, these teams, happy to oblige for the meantime. And look who's here. Genthos finally makes his way across the bridge. Not quite there yet, though.
Yep. Definitely not there. Not at all. Bit of a toss up here. The battle of bridge side. Look at the outskirts here, just preoccupied by the squads. Kodak, Team Flash, Ark, just he's afoot there. First player 3 of Ark has found 5 eliminations still, and he has to try to probably be alive here to try to back into elimination, the placement points, but the zone's not going to be closing in once again. Where does it shift towards to regardless? We all know it's definitely going to be relying towards vicinity of Novo. We're looking like it is going to be staying here towards just a bit of a shift towards the western side of the map. So there's still gonna be some parts of Novo here included into the mixture, but definitely for a set of Todak Team Flash alongside Alter Ego Ares and the Xavier, they don't really gonna move in anywhere at all.
Oh, BTR. They cannot afford to even come into the zone. BTR is drowning in the waters, being devoured by the blue zone. They didn't really get to play out this match. So unfortunate. Meanwhile, RQ, how many first packs does he really have, realistically? I think he's still got 5 more packs, which is why he's tanking out the blue zone. And just like that, he could still sneak past those players coming in from the side of Team Flash that's been on the hunt for him. Perhaps there is a little room for him to still sneak right through. Whereas Alpha Gaming, we saw they took charge. They went back into mainland, and then once they come back, they've been able to deplete these members of Talon Esports. And now full on fight between the members of Team Flash as well as Todak. It's really down to Mango holding over the far end of this shoreline to see if they could actually find any form of conversion. Oh, that nade! Absolutely huge onto 9.
Future here. Todak. Team Flash. Just has it for himself. So far, a bit of a leverage here for set of Team Flash in regards to elevation, but a little bit more things to hide from here for set of Todak. They can really define. Come down to the nades coming through later on. Team Flash actually draws back away. On the feed though, APG going for the fight against AZ Slumber as well. They're on the other side of the map.
Oh boy, it's getting so tense between all these guys. And somehow Genfoss is still alive, ladies and gents. He's got the view upon those members of Team Flash, but he's not willing to set foot forward. He's trying to tank it out and let them play out those cards. That it's going to be that vehicle being detonated as well. No more hovercraft for the use of Todak. Meanwhile, we've finally heard some shots. I believe that to be members of the side of Alter Ego that might be challenging some other players coming from the side of APG. And now, the rest of Team Flash, they decided, you know, we're just going to keep the rest of Todak hostage by the waters. Alpha's going to be able to pin down those members of D-Saber, and right now, it's a flurry of fights happening in the city.
You all going to be able to get confirmation here. Finding Lamborghini out the team to 3 eliminations. Overall here, actually for the side of Refus as well. 1 player from the side of the Xavier still going to be alive and kicking there inside of the compound. It's going to be an AT. Putting himself there on the 2nd floor. It's going to be flying on by, but not going to be able to get a connection here. Taco and Refus definitely going to try to carry their own weight here. Only 2 remains here for the side of APG, but for the side of Team Flash, though, finds the last end player from the side of RQ, and that's going to be them out away from this round number 4.
Oh boy. APG looking for a whole lot more. Whereas Alter Ego depleted as well. A little bit of a standstill, and we get a glimpse of Superman. They manage to get a tackle onto the member of APG, Zao down. And suddenly, this battle is going to be taking place over on the outskirts instead of the warehouses of Novornoi. Firmly planted for Alter Ego's 2 members. It's going to be D-Saber still fighting for that space, all down to Nate T. What's he going to do? Rivers now pushes in. Brian as well as Asmi, they're holding angles. And Rivers, he knows somebody's out there, but he doesn't seem to get any clue because they're not giving off footsteps.
Refus just playing off the nades still. How many more does he have? That's going to be the last one for him. Maybe 1 player on rotation as well. No, from the back. No, that it's going to be his teammate. Another nade flies on by, but they haven't really challenged there towards the 2nd floor. But now we go back here to Team Flash and Todak. And see there from the front side. Bows holding on. That's what towards the top. Nade's going to connect here for 1 though, and he is going to be tagged up. They find the last involved bullet to get the connection to get the drop. No, the nade beats him to it, and now flies it all down. Top now here, the cavalry arrives. They try to go for the strike here, but now the backup is on. Double challenge to be offered here, but 2 players tagged up for the side of Team Flash. No, Todak might just have picked the wrong fight as Team Flash looks to be in control, but now the backup comes through as well here from the side of Todak. It's a fight that they can't back away from. They want to go for the commitment. Boucher on the right side, looking to swing on by, but they're not going to be overcommitting a chance to battle for pickoff. Because the players will boom Esports from the back here as well, putting themselves into the mixture.
And they're just sandwiching between. That nade connects perfectly. All thanks to Yummy, they managed to get the job done, but now Team Flash, they're still hustling up against the rest of the members of Pubg Esports. They still have all 4 members, so this is not a clear slide for the rest of Pubg Esports. They're just gonna push right through with the buggy that they have. Now, drawing the distance, Fajar trying to find any nook and cranny to hide. These Shore does allow them to play defensively for the current measure. But then again, Tops does manage to get one connecting. 8 points so far for Soccer Team Flash. For Jar to be confirmed. And right now, they're just being so feisty. After clearing off, told out they definitely had that confidence already. And when exactly does the rest want to get involved? It doesn't seem like they are all too far interested. Team Flash, with that kind of hustle, now pushing towards the side of Yummy, spots out Mastery at the very same time. So he knows exactly where to look out for these members of Pubg Esports.
Esports, something to despite as well. They definitely had a choice already to back it up, back away, but Team Flash is just on the run to double this one down. Out of all 7, they're the only squad that has the full composition. If you can deal with Pubg Esports here, deal with Yummy. Be damn having such a pretty good leverage here in regards to this map control, but no one's going to be closing in as well. So far, where does it shift towards to now? Only 2 seconds to find out. Where does it lead towards to? Looking like it does come towards this western side of the map where Alter Ego Eris, the Xavier, and the Vikings is at.
It is still going to be undecided between the 2 teams, Flash as well as Boom Esports. But I do think that at least once they're settled with this fight, either one of these parties will be able to just find a little bit of way out. Asmi gets cleared out. Oh! Doc, he does it all alone. And APG, they might have actually lost one, but hey, they get to play out here in the top 6. It's crazy to think that there's still 6 teams on the block where majority of all these teams definitely have taken a massive hit, if either by other parties or even the zone by itself. And Yummy, so resilient, willing to really hold it down up against the entirety of Team Flash, the only team with all 4 players still intact in the zone. It's been a long time chilling for the boys of the Savior as well as Alter Ego for the moment where we're having Ruthless popping a couple of smokes. That's as far as it gets coming for those teams over in the corner. Now it's going to be a little bit of a snoozy fiesta for now. Because one wrong move, they will be sent off of this match.
They're so tough. Everyone's just so devoted to play this round all through. Now it's going to be Boom Esports. Osius finds him all the way. Now it's going to be Yummy all alone here, but do they know? Osius going to be out there out in the open. Yummy can go for the spray down anytime. He's going to be taking his time of his life. But now he's going to go for the spray. Fights two! But there's no one closing in. Oh, the pressure is on, and it all leads to nothing. It's still going to be a reset here, brought to you by the players of Team Flash.
Oh, thank goodness there was Tops there to cover. He's the only one that could actually get those angles with the cover of the tree as well. And now, back on their foot. I mean, overall, still impressive work rate coming from Yummy with that collateral damage. If he could also get Tops, then who knows? That could have been the craziest clutch coming out of Yummy. Still a stack of 4. Team Flash might actually be the only team here to ever walk away with a back-to-back chicken dinner, but they gotta play their cards right. But it's not an easy notion. I mean, they're over on the outskirts. The rest of the teams, they're quite planted well inside the zone. Can't only say the same about APG though. I mean, they're also by the outskirts, needing to go in for the rescue. One of the members being knocked down by the blue zone, or should I say it's actually Tops. They actually got the angle over onto Ruthless, and now he's already bleeding out.
Yeah, a bit of a bleed out here for sure. Ooh. APG, MVKE, the Xavier, Alter Ego Eris. what more can you do? APG still has 2 players there, but coming in, that's going to be Refus out already. That's going to be Doc all alone. Look at this composition. Contrast 2 players for the side of Alter Ego Ares, 1 for the side of the Xavier, 1 for the side of APG, and 1 for the side of MVKE. And Team Flash is still complete here, and they're just letting the rest of the competition to battle themselves out here, bro.
I mean, it's just crazy to think of it. They managed to win so many fights when they were back in the mainland. And moving into the island, they had to plow through all the other squads. That long standoff against Boom Esports definitely took a toll on them, and now they get to recover. But it doesn't seem like any of these guys of Alter Ego was well to consider. Take a look at Superman. I didn't even notice that Vikings was still part of the equation throughout the whole run because they've been so quiet. And understandably so. It's not going to be quiet for far too long, though. Nate T spots him out. And since that, Nate T kind of reveals that there's one person out there, Alva's just going to chime in. He's got that grenade cooked up. 2 seconds from now, it's about to blow. And that might just be another point being secured from the side of Alter Ego. Down to individuals, I mean, the only other realistic team that could actually go in for the challenge right now is actually Alter Ego. And now Doc has got nowhere else to go. Team Flash, they're going to rack up all these numbers to close up yet again a back-to-back chicken dinner.
Back-to-back they go. And the Vietnamese once again about to prevail out of this. Who knows who has to take the fight away? The Xavier is going to be split apart. Alava gets tagged up, but shouldn't matter. Inside of the smoky ghost, Nate T. I just people to offer a pinch as well, but he needs to move in quick. 2 players for the set of Alter Ego Warriors, 1 for the set of the Xavier. 1 player gets tagged up, then he's going to be top tier, falling back, then they connect for the set of Nate T. Top down to the ground. GSO can definitely go for the pickup. Win doesn't have to go for this overextension, but it's at the peak with a DVS and finds one to himself. Now, it's going to be the Xavier out away from the scene, Alter Ego Ares in a 1v4 situation.
What more can Alva do? He's in the same shack. All down to win right now. Well, they're going for the rescue, and perhaps he can actually get some great angles to actually work with.
Oh my god.
It's closing right in, and the final tap secures it. 2 chicken dinners in a row for Team Flash.
Back to back they go. Able to do the impossible. Team Flash turning up the heat here on this grand finals. Game 4 and 3 to their name. It doesn't matter. Wow, oh wow. Team freaking Flash owning the jungle side of Pubg Mobile. Match number 4 here on the grand finals. Doesn't matter to him. Clean feet regardless. And you got to see that at the initial start of the last few circles and stages. You were definitely in control, bro.
Unbelievable. Out of the many lists of names that we think that could have actually topped the record here inside of another island finish. Usually the outliers are APG or even arguably Talon. They got overwhelmed, man. Like, and that situation when we had like stage 4, that's only shows that, hey, everybody's got to go to Novo. The problem was all the teams were back in the mainland and there was only one bridge for them to access this current area of play. And everyone else just struggled. They were forced to fight each other inside of the blue zones. And it was one of the roughest games that we've ever seen out of any Erangel matches.
Definitely, bro. And just rightfully deserved overall. But it's going to be able to get the most damage out of all. Nox here for a set of tops, 3 for 3 for a set of Zias and tops. Bows with 1, 2 for a set of win. And the risks just came through here for the side of the players of Team Flash. I don't exactly know what they consume. I don't know what kind of meal that they had, but wanting for sure, bro, they're definitely fired up.
Absolutely. Overall, this time a little bit of switch of hands. Win, as well as Tops, that has been able to really get some pop-up performances. And arguably everybody kind of had to travel really far except for APG, right? So we saw some members of APG, they turned back into the city of Novo, but by then there were already so many challenges for them as they were hoping that it closes into the port instead, but it went haywire when they have to really reconvene into those kind of compounds. And even so, Team Flash, they never played in any of these compounds. They were always on the outskirts, and that was the right call for them to do so. If there's any other challenger that could have actually stopped APG, it was that long duke out between Blue Esports, which Blue Esports kind of held back for most part. And the one that actually secures just about an equal footing was actually this comparison between Doc of APG as well as Alva. 5 eliminations to Doc though, as well as more damage to be done, whereas Alva as well as his teammate mainly just play for that position. They still walk away with the top 2 spot.
And the MVP of the match is going to be no other, once again, win from the side of Team Flash. I mean, all across the last 4 rounds here, Contra, Team Flash has just been dominating this scene, bro. And yes, they were missing out on the first 2 rounds itself, but for them to go back to back here on 3 to 4 says a lot. And not only that, I mean, coming from the first 2 rounds, they were definitely impactful as well. So, hey, Team Flash definitely starting off things on a high note here for the first day of the grand finals.
I only want to think about the gap that they currently create in the leaderboards. I mean, so many teams absolutely struggled. But then again, another player that had a super pop-out performance where we last saw was Nepeko coming out of RQ. He was also trying to man around the sector of Milta to try to stop other teams. And out of the many points from RQ, I believe that he was the one that secured all the points. If anything at all, that was basically another pickoff, so to speak. Well, just to confirm it, it's actually all 5 points in the back because he's got 100% of contribution.
Yeah, hefty 27 points in total here for the side of Team Flash. 13 for all 3 of Alter Ego, RSD, Xavier, and Alpha Gaming. 5 for the side of RQ Rio, Boom Esports with 4 alongside Sem9. 3 for the side of Easy Slumber and MGN Vikings Esports. And 2 for the side of Bigetron by Vitality and 4 Stripes Esports. And gonna be a lot of 1-pointer here for this one. Todax, Telecom, Digital Alliance, Vampire Esports, Talon Esports, Master serves 1 point for themselves, but T2K Esports and Team Secret, which was my initial vote, came on pretty still on this round number 4.
For the top 4, or even arguably the top 5, this is definitely a crazy round to remember. And for the rest of the field, this is a round to forget, right? Because barely they could have actually gotten anything out of this field, which means that there is definitely a big disparity once we take a look at the overall standings. And even the shots aren't exactly all too far. This is just 264 meters coming in from Doc. The numbers of troubles definitely aplenty because a lot of smokes needs to be deployed for them to really keep themselves safe throughout the entirety of the run. And I believe that there was only about a total of all these 60 knockouts because BTR, they never got their way past the blue zone. So those 4 were just devoured by the field by itself. So pretty much average stats other than that. So interesting stuff that we got here.
Definitely. I mean, look at the initial run here for Team Flash. Nearly 70 points, only a point away from them to be able to break that statement. Vampire Esports on 43 points. Such a large margin from the number 1, number 2 spot. Xavier, no, fortunately, they do come out pretty strongly once again. Here, going to be able to climb up the ranking by 1. APG plus 3 as well on the ranking with 32 points to their name. And boom, Sem9 going to be still for themselves. MVK, in the process, does drop down to number 7, losing 4 placement points there. And that is going to be Alter Ego Air is actually finding themselves in the competition for the top 9 squads here, with them actually striking at number 8.
Yep. And look at the rest of the field, they're still within the threshold of 10 points or so. And so seemingly the rest of Team Secret haven't really found their rhythm so far alongside with Todak. So I will still say that it's safe for the rest to eventually find some top 4 finishes to be able to bounce right into the first page instead. So, well, what can I say more? I mean, there's just a lot of work to be done, but they couldn't really get things going because the matches just keeps on getting even more difficult every step of the way.
Yeah, most definitely, bro. And much more so over as well. I mean, I was just pretty surprised in how Team Flash was able to sustain this one through. But ladies and gentlemen, that is just round number 4. We still got round number 5 and 6 coming on. We'll be right back, though, after a short break.
Step into the ring. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. Never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on. Get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again, I lose control. Give me everything, it's what I want. Best I've ever been, I see the goal. Feel it deep within my soul.
Well, everyone's pretty much hyped up here. Same goes for us here on the back end. Once again, we're going to be heading straight towards continuation now. The first day of the grand finals here at the Ruthless Invitational Showdown 12. Fifth round we go. Contra, what are you expecting, bro?
Well, I'm expecting for all these other teams to fight back because it's been 4 rounds that has been taken all over by all these Vietnamese rosters out there. I mean, the only outlier is Team Secret that has yet to score that chicken dinner, but then again, well, maybe they're gonna join in the party as well, but hopefully we don't get to ever see another island finish, which is 2 times already today. And if it's ever the case, maybe these teams would be able to expect it a little bit better so that they could actually have a better trajectory to moving around the map. But take a look at the best performance so far, other than Dingo Saber as well as Team Flash. Of course, they did not actually win the chicken dinners here. There was APG with some of the highest damage being dealt. And surprisingly, Sem9 is also here to be backing an average of 7 elimination points, so to speak.
Definitely, man. And we're over. Just, kind of neglect the fact that APG is just so freaking close to getting this one done, but just hasn't been the case, not just yet, though. Now we look to be going back here towards this run. Back to Erangel they go. I'm not too certain what to expect here, but winning for sure. It is going to be, I think we're definitely going to be eyeing out for it. And in regards to our predictions, Contra, you know what, man, I'm not going to be losing hope for my boys, man. I would say Team Flash back to back, but at the same time, bro, I feel like Team Secret, they got the bro. They got this one to, probably fully compose the whole Vietnamese squad for predictions.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to change it up a little bit then. I feel like I want a little bit more Malaysian flavor here on the prediction. So with Sem9's effort, if they could have those clean fights again up against 4 tribes, if they get that one on the back, then sure, Sem9 could possibly do it.
Sem9, you're Sem9. I'm Team Secret, production team. What are you going to be voting for? Who is it gonna be? The Xavier from Vietnam, expecting to go back to back here on Erangel. Let's see about it.
Well, they definitely stole the first one, so I gotta say that this is where they will try to prove themselves again. So right now, I think that production's really trying hard to try to match up to the 4 points I scored. But hey, today's my last day. I gotta rack up as many as I could go before they will have 3 days without me. So, yep, I guess like I'm just could be seeing whether if my boys Sem9 could actually do it. I feel like even with a couple of players of told their past moving into Toda, it didn't really deter them because they've already feel like their ideal roster. So now you kind of get two different sides of iteration. You got the Todak side with the younger prodigies like well, I gotta recall the name, Depp, as well as another member, Kenny, that's been their main fragger, and that kind of helped Todak to be able to score a little bit more consistent numbers of frags. But then again, Todak's kind of need to remember their winning ways, just like how they did back in the playoffs, because right now they're not exactly in their prime form just yet.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, we've had a lot of fair share of moments there for us out of Todak, especially when it came down to Miramar, and I definitely thought in some way here, approaching those grand finals, that they could definitely be, one of those squads you could definitely be eyeing out for. But unfortunately, for coming from the last 4 rounds, they haven't been, prospering at all. But hey, unfortunately, we still got the last 2 rounds here, and this is an opening for a lot of these teams that hasn't been able to prove themselves worthy in the up on the pedestal there. So hey, we'll see about it. I mean, the last few rounds, Contra, we've seen a lot of shifts already. We've seen a lot of these teams just turn things around, and all of a sudden, they came from the second page of the board all down to like top 9, top 7. So anything is definitely to be possible here, Contra.
Definitely so, and we're about to witness history in the making. These are just the initial steps throughout the grand finals day 1. So maybe tomorrow it will be a better reset now that teams will basically go back in the spot release. So this being the final Erangel match of the night, they got to make it count, as we will now take flight once more into the 5th match of the finals.
Now let's get it on. Act 2, Erangel we go, and looking like we're going to be starting things off here directly overheading the vicinity of Georgia Pool, and we'll be directly slicing pretty diagonally all across the map. So it's going to be pretty much centralized, I would say, as well. That's not going to be an option for any drops here for Morris, but very could be an option here. Top 4 teams that like to go around the vicinity of Georgia Bull, Rojak alongside shooting range, probably Severny as well, probably Zarki. Jasny, it's definitely out in the picture, and definitely into the picture. And for the side of the small island there, the secondary island, Novo, if Noise is going to be also an option as well, definitely going to be Sosnovka Island. So this is definitely one of the more kind of flight paths that we've seen as well here for Erangel.
Yeah, and this time I think that is a lot more balanced, so to speak, where you can basically reach almost any areas to play out. So Vampire Esports, they opt for their third location. You remember in the first game they went into the island, second one they went into Fremont. This time, over the corner of Zarki, shots already being fired from the side of Ermesi, because the last time we saw, it was a battle between them as well as Alter Ego by the side of Georgia Pool, and Georgia Pool is looking pretty congested also with the existence of Team Secret over at North Point. But most often than not, Team Secret, they don't look to partake in those kind of skirmish.
Definitely. And that circle is gonna be yep, it's the same circle after how it went down in the first run. Yep. Are you seeing it? Are you feeling it? You're smelling it, huh?
I'm smelling it. I mean, if it's leaning slightly more towards the bottom side of the waters, very likely than not it will still go there. Unless if you're telling me that it suddenly pops onto the head of RQ on the next stage, then it's gonna be a different lookout. But then again, we're having a member of MVK stranded to Superman getting run over, and just like that, it's first blood.
Well, unfortunately for the Vikings, easy slumber. Just gonna be running this one down like a walk in the park. Well, there's still gonna be about 71 players that we gotta worry about here. So far, we have Alter Ego areas actually closing up to the distance between them and Tribe Ermasi, so might be a possible fight, but they're going to be definitely split apart on Gaka and the hospital itself. And so far, actually, Georgia Bull is going to be into the place actually as well. So a bit of a stalemate, just a little bit. There's going to be definitely going to be a lot of checking things out here. Alter Ego Ares, I mean, Trevor Messi has been known for dropping around the vicinity of Georgia Pool, so they should be expecting one another here inside of this moment.
Yeah, I feel like it does not benefit either side of the party, right? Maybe last round you could argue that, oh, Alter Ego, at least they got in the win, but it could always be a 50-50 when it comes down to these kind of hot drops. BTR, however, having a chase as they're racing upon those members of Thodak, and they decide to fall back because they hurt the engines, but that's actually coming in from the side of RQ. They thought that perhaps this is just more backup coming in the way out of the members of Thodak, but apparently it's not so. Thodak, they find themselves over onto the choke points. Well, Badru gets himself the first pick as Rick over on the foothill got no cover to work with, and Trix instead they take out the main man, Rosemary. So this is definitely big news for AST.
Driver Messi. Toss back away. I mean, it's just unfortunate they lost a rig already out in the process. Rosemary's gonna be down to the ground though. Gonna be Krypton here trying to close out the distance. You're gonna go for a free fire, but unfortunately it just does it a bit too early. That's gonna be Krypton here coming on by with a pump to the face. Might just be able to get the shot now, but no. Misanticipates it. Ends up straight down here for the side of Drake, for the side of Driver Messi. This is gonna be another elimination. Make it 2, make it 3 for his name.
And he's just gotta take his sweet time, and he brings the knife to the gunfight just to exert a little bit more of the domination. And they just didn't really respect the room that they withheld. And now it's only down to Alva. How the tides have turned. And just like that, Trot Ermisi oozing with confidence. And oh man, that's a sucker punch right to the face.
It's gotta hurt. It gotta hurt real bad. I mean, try Massey, I mean, got that one through, but I mean, Alter Ego Eris, unfortunately, miss out for them. Now they only have one player left here. Go for it to try to make something work out here on this round, but it'll be pretty unlikely now as they've been able to see so far. Now it's gonna be a lava here trying to go for the fight, but spray down from Zergiante, puts him down in the body shots by driver Eromasi.
They absolutely showed them what they're capable of. And now, I don't know, moving into the upcoming rounds, how exactly do they really settle this dispute? Because we got one win for AE, another win for AST. So I don't think that their ego will allow them to really move too far off. So tomorrow onwards, there's definitely down for more bloodshed. But over here, we have Thodak as well as BTR as they crash towards the compound. Nine to actually hold out. They do get the chip over on the side of Red Face. That's 1 point secured, but now they're being absolutely swarmed. The rest of Thodak arriving to the scene, and they managed to deplete the entirety of BTR. It's been a cold streak for BTR today, and they're about to be denied catching fire, catching bullets, and catching 0 points here in the final match of Erangel.
Yeah, it's just definitely not a great look here for set of BTR, and you know, how much more so over you kind of expect them, especially in a map like, you know, Erangel, where you can some project them to actually take the win, but no, not even an impact at all. It's just them put the stale at all. Now we got to move on towards the next side where it'll be MG and Vikings Esports actually. Moving up from the zone itself, there's not going to be a lot of things that they can really do so far, but definitely it's just a battle of checking things out, and Trang here just doesn't have any overview on what's the whereabouts of the situation. 1 minute and 30 seconds low before we get to see the close out here for stage 1.
I think he's really trying to spot out the remaining members of Trap Armacy, but Gante kind of have the eye view over onto the hillside. So it's not easy for Trang to really commit as well. They're trying to maybe burn out whatever resources of AST, but I don't know if that's going to be a good case to just risk yourselves by being in the blue, also burning their very own, because the rest of the field, they're already moving into the island, majority of them. We got 4 Tribes, AZ Slumber, Cellcom Digital Lines, and RRQ in the mix. Talon has not moved a muscle since the circle was upon them since the get-go. Now, we'll really want to see what the update actually brings, because the cluster of them right now are already within the stretch, and Zyle finally getting catchier as they've got visitors inside of the middle base.
Definitely do. APG here. That's AZ Slumber on the other side. I mean, on paper, Gunfight should be much more dominated here beside of APG, but AZ Slumber hasn't been lacking here, at least for the start of the game. They're only going to go for the shots up in the doorway. Not going to be able to get the angle. It's going to be enough information as well here to relay for the rest of the squad. I mean, after all, APG going to be fully... It's a full squad composition. They're going to try to go for this commitment. If ever they do win this clash, then that's going to be a lot of things that's going to be favored to their way at most. And we get to see as the circle is going to be shifting, and the military base is still going to be pretty much included into the mixture. A bit of the mainline action, but majority of the bulk of the fraction is going to go to the side of the Sosnovka Island.
Ooh, see the lines. They're having the firm hold just by the corner of the shorelines, and that's going to be dead center for now. For Trust on the other quarter, they can actually guard the bridge at the very same time to also look for those funnel points to be delivered towards their end. So long as they will be able to be a little bit more proactive on their approach. Speaking of proactivity, AZ Slumber, they lost one towards APG, but they kind of doubled down. They took the 2 other sectors of this current, what do I want to call it? This military base isn't exactly having a pentagon. This is like a horseshoe, so to speak.
Yeah. That's fire there for the Xavier. Lamborghini finds himself out with Yummy here going down underground. Bit of a fight here on this mountainside, hillside, and the push out here. The Xavier and Boom Esports looking to go for commitment up against each other. Lamborghini able to secure one for himself, and the rest of the squad here for the set of Boom Esports not really finding the best of all anger in this casualty.
Oh, beautiful work. D-Saver, they're just sending Boom Esports on a disarray. Only one member left. Now it's kind of like the same predicament that they had in the last round. The only difference is now with lesser numbers to work with. And then also, I can't really blame them. They were trying to plant themselves up there in the hill, but DX, they've already been there for quite some time now. And the rest of APG, despite being, you know, in the island for the whole time, they haven't really found that pick-off avenue. Whereas 4-5s camping by the bridge now. Still seeking out for teams who are joining in rather late. Well, they've been able to at least catch some movement within the island. It's a pretty team secret that we'll have to make their way across, though, so we really want to see what happens there. Oh, Empress on the rampage. He just goes in on the hot kill, driving past that member of 4 Tribes just to take out the lot.
Pushing in once again here. Let's look to shift towards the island itself. APG. And in rotation. We've just got a lot of few actions here up ahead, but look at the position for set of 4 Thrives. I mean, you're definitely going to be looking to gatekeep some players out away, and that's going to be Team Secret actually going to be on the other side, but I think they got to worry about it too much. So also I'm going to closing in now here, 5 seconds remaining. And it is going to be, is it going to be a shift down towards mainland, or is it still going to be the Sosnovka Island? And once again, it is just going to be a split of both.
Wow. Lucky for D-Saver, man. Like, they don't really have to further commit, but then again, I still think that it's going to end up over onto the south side, though. And even so, there's barely any space to play. Take a look. MVK still holding over Blue Zone, keeping AST hostage. This is quite ridiculous. Like, how much do you need to do just to gain that 1 point, man? Just get in the zone already.
Mixture of greed, probably. I don't exactly know, but
it's not
definitely a tough calling. Yeah, it's not worth it. Come on.
Look at them. 3 first 8. They're relying on bandages. And oh, it's going to tip over. Oh, thankfully not. Thankfully not. Oh,
Bro,
okay.
imagine.
It could have been worse. It could have been so much worse. I mean, what were they thinking? I mean, I thought that it's only going to be for stage 2, but stage 3. I mean, these guys got to get the hell out of here.
No, yeah.
Oh.
These are definitely not the times where you can just say leave it to the pros.
Yeah. I trust them on a few maneuvers, but that a little sussy, I would say.
Yeah. You know, we've seen a lot of teams actually falter, especially when it comes to just being so late in rotation, though. And yeah, I mean, you've been able to bag your first winner and chicken dinner as well here for today, but are you certain about this? But hey, we'll see later on and what's going to do the aftermath of their decision there. But for the time being, though, we are seeing that T2K is going to get into a fight up against the players of RQ.
That's a long range one, and APG. They initially doubled down on the possibility of having that circle to be moving to the middle base, and now they have to charge outwards, which gets a little bit more tricky because when you're inside of middle base, the vehicle spawn rate is actually quite low, unless if you actually go out over on street to actually pick up a buggy or whatever there is. So they're not quite in the clear for the moment. 4 tribes, happy to sit still. Half of Team Secret is in the zone, so maybe this could be a potential for a pickoff up against Docky as well as Frankie. I love that, you know, majority of these members of Team Secret has a form of a ring to it. It always ends with a Y somehow. Juke, GK, Docky, Frankie, like, kind of cute, no?
Yeah. Entree. Huh? Anyways, though, Talon Esports finds himself in a fight up against Todak now, and that is going to be Todak actually feeding off from the bullets. But or Thrives in the contrary is going to be still holding it out still. I mean, bro, I mean, I swear, man, every time that it's the last 2 rounds, everyone just decides to take it slow, and everyone's just so cautious. And how do they want to take the approach?
Oh, take a look at those members of the Savior. They're still planned over on those corners. And as much as we talk about taking things slow, I think it's about time that we're actually having some teams enrolled in some of the Duke outs by being outside the blue zone at the very same time. So they got biscuit for the biscuit right now. Then just succumb to getting nothing in return, so might as well just fight. Zeus gets a catch over onto a member of VPE, while Kids finally arrive to the scene, and they're met with the rest of the Savior just by this corner.
Oh my days. Now here it persists once again here, mounted hillside fights coming in here. Vikings late off the rotation here, but does it matter towards them? And so far, the Xavier gonna try to run away, but no! Oh, overextension for Tedwin. He buys him his own life, and it's gonna be a battle for Trace now here on the top side. Parajin able to take 10s away. Domination right here instead of the Xavier, but the job's not yet over. Now, still pushing through. Levi's on the top side will be able to find the pleasure Triber Massey, but the Vikings is still on. But I think the Vikings will now pull back away, and Nathan's gonna try to close this things out. Goes for the shot, pop through. One more bullet to connect, and then it is them here falling down. The Vikings, all of that waiting for nothing.
All that waiting did not pay off. And at the same time, remember AST? They also got choked out. So AST, they were succumbing to the blue zone. A little bit of a bumpy ride for the side of the win. That's not going to be depleting him for far too much. But their health bar is slowly melting to the blue zone. They're trying to make their way into the zone. And Satria and the rest of Sem 9. Will they be able to make the cut? They're all so low. They cannot even afford to take a pit stop to get themselves the first 8 that they required to do so. 4 tribes, somehow still chilling. Didn't have to move too much. Keeps Secret now over a bridge, and ease! He got shut down with the rival of Vijaya.
Goes on to 2K now here. Back away. Going through. Out the front side. The zone's going to be closing in as well. The point of no return. They just got to go for commitment. Sam 9 on the top side. Team flash into the mixture as well. Caught in between the players of Talon, Esports, and Sam 9. Now it's going to be a fight here up front. Sam 9 so far finds win away, and it's going to be ZS as well. Sam 9 so far in control.
Wow, a firm challenge coming in, and it's going to be a big rumble as the rest of Talon also closing right through. They don't really have cover, and they catch on some fire, but it does not really deter the wrath of Talon Esports looking for the final tap, and they do it up against you high. 5 points, going for the kill streak, and there's just so much more for Talon to claim, but there's still T2K arriving from the back, and now it's collateral damage upon the rest of Talon, and the next challenges here are RQ going for even more. It's back and forth, but it is names being deleted one after the other, and now down to ABS. Can he actually hold on?
Game of no definition. So far, T2K. Hold on tight. RQ into the mix. Oh, flash after flash they go. Lapar now here leading this one through. Ignis tagged up here to be confirmation for the knock itself. Mimi from the other side. Gonna go for the spray off the head. He goes! And RQ goes for the overextension and they get punished here by the side of T2K.
Mimi, the savior of the situation, and just like that, take a look at T2K. 11 points already. Ridiculous, I tell you. And now they get to play a whole lot more of that space being created. Still 10 more teams remain. Levi's now locked out. Over the corner, blue zone. Jiki holding him alongside with Juke. Team Secret playing it so strategically, choking out the team that's been the winningest in Vietnam as they want to be the new guard to take over. But Levi's, I don't think there's a space for him to really realistically play against them.
Not at all. Bit of a winning game here so far. Now the shot's gonna be fired here, but it's out of Team Secret. So far, they got the Xavier under custody, so it shouldn't be a problem for them. But they're gonna worry about the rest of the crew, though, just right around the vicinity of the bridge side there on the outskirts. And overview them any moment in time, but Succumb DG is gonna be preoccupied by Vapor Esports, if I'm not mistaken. Lost at boom as well there from the side, and that is gonna be him now out away from the scene as well. We drop down to the top 9 of the players or the squads here of this round here.
Still so much more to play for. Celcom DG Alliance forming a bunker with their vehicles. And it's just so scuffy on how things have turned out. Every single time we go into Erangel, it's always been inside the island. It's been so rough. For tribes so far playing it very passively. I've not really found all too much, but 2 points under the name of Naki. Fallout got taken out very early on, and now my Viking is going to be moving towards this direction. Just about enough damage. We see the smokes already coming out of the hovercraft, so that should be enough for the rest of South Competition Alliance to once again regroup and then look to retaliate.
They definitely do. This one down here, just a bit of playing ground here, no man's land. Look at the top 3 teams here. Only one for each end. No one here has the best of all call. Just be Team Secret actually pulling away with this one. Oh no, not until the game closes it out later on. Now 20 seconds left before stage 5. Conditions away from this round. Now it's gonna be Vampire East now eliminated as well. They only got 1 elimination for them. So unfortunate. Gotta continue 10 more seconds here for the next shift of the circle.
Somehow T2K got themselves the best spot possible. So vantage point up the hillside. Those all alone. Frankie on the other end. And then you take a look at AZ Slumber. They still have the full stack somehow. Very healthy to actually challenge the rest of them. Team Secret goes on the 2-2 split. The other 2 occupied with Nate somehow still holding on. And these Saviors like cockroaches that's not willing to give way, but eventually they got stopped down.
Oh, big shot. Big Xavier out. Dockie's gonna be down on the other side. Team Secret so far. Get the full ride composition, but same goes for a set of AZ Slumber. Syringe. Closing it up. Becky from the top here, gonna go for the spray. And he gets a shot to connect up against Agent Bryant. The battle between the players of AZ Slumber and Team Secret.
They do have the high ground for now. AZ Slumber, they've been inside the compound for a very long time. I'm not too quite sure whether they are going to be going in for the call to save Brian. They kind of need this firepower at this moment to really overwhelm the rest of Team Secret, and if they want to, they got to do it real quick. Asmi now sent out to do that duty. Goes somehow, breaking all around. Could be the Tornado Flesh on the other side of the party. See the Alliance, they try to make their way across the street, but Jaya has been keeping close watch. And 15 points already, T2K is on the streak. They might not even need a chicken dinner at this point. They're already the winningest team here inside of the map.
Most definitely, yeah. They're bagging in the most eliminations here. They still got 3 players to worry about, 3 players to hold on to as well. Gonna be more than enough for them to change the tides all around, but T2K gonna go for another touch roll here up against 80 Slumber. They're not yet over.
Go. Oh, the catch. Once again, Ajaya. So sharp today. Now the back and forth going up, but it is tax after tax this time. It's going to be involvement coming in for the side of 4 tries. They also put it then. Brian goes back on the ground again.
Back after shots. T2K once again finds Shaiki all through as well. Oh, Mimi. I'm quite wild and hot. Going to deal away. Agent Slumber only has Mies. And that's going to be Jukai here, able to get the shot. Nami's the last player alive and kicking for a set of AZ Slumber. And now they're going to try to close out the distance here with the DBS. Will it be the biggest mistake? Oh, yes, it will be. And the confirmation of the kill, you had the odd for yourself. And now you drop the ball. You had 4 players to your name. And you take the fight you couldn't hold on to. Now it's going to be 4 tries from the back, able to get the cutoff. And now T2K here looking to turn things around.
Oh, big save coming from Asmi, and now he gets to pick up Miss, gets to also contribute with this 2v2 duel. Naki surviving that brunt of the damage, and now it's down to T24 for the side of 4 tries. They're all wrestling for that space, but there's still T2K who's going to be rapishing upon them, as every other team has already been weakened up already.
Now's the time for them to go for the check on the lowest, and a big shot for T24 OP! I have elements to their name. Look at the composition once again. It favors the players. T2K, AZ Slumber is out. What left remains is the players of T2K of Nepal, the Pakistani crew of 4 Thrives, Team Flash, and Team Secret of Vietnamese crew. Who will it be? On seems to favor the players of T2K, and they feed a nade towards the last and final player of Team Secret. We're down to the top 3 squads remaining.
And Bose, he's sneaking in between these 2 members. They don't know at all. He cannot afford to move a muscle. Could he actually find the angles right? Rule singled out. I think he's considering it right now. Mimi went the other side. This could be a big pickoff. Doesn't know. Does he now? He's walking towards this direction. He's got to take it though. He's got to do it now. Oh, Bose! He finally got it.
Ooh. Now they drop the numbers. And now 4 Thrive has the best of all odds. They got 2 bullets for themselves. Ajaya, they had it all. And Flash getting tagged up. Blues stays alive. T24 OP on the other side of the hill. Nade's gonna fly on by. That should be directing towards the player most. Oh, the nade connects. And now the battle persists with T2K and 4 Thrives. A battle of Pakistan and a battle of Nepal.
Ajaya needs to find one more for that 20-porter for T2K. Naki now knocking on the doors. And here comes the grenade. Flushes out the position of Naki. He soaks the brunt of it, bringing him down to 60%. And here comes the push. T24, can he actually find it? Ajaya now, S12K. Does it land? And it seems that it will be 4 tries to finally found a chicken dinner here in the grand finals up against the streaking side of T2K.
It was a pretty bleak start there for a set of 4 Thrives, but fortunately for them, we were able to get the read on the factor here for a set of Team Secret who had it all before Thrives came from the back later on, and they were able to clean up what AZ Slumber started up against Team Secret, and all led up to this full massive control. And that play there from the set of Bows for a set of Team Flash really changed the tides of the fate of the players of T2K. If Bows didn't make that play, bro, T2K would have had it all as well. They were feeling it. They were fumed up, but regardless, you did say as well, they don't even need to win a winner chicken dinner to be on the number 1 on top of the board here, because they were able to back so much eliminations here, bro.
Yeah, it's just so many points, all being funneled towards the members of T2K. But then again, of course, for Tribes, I think that the way that they played was very calm and calculated because they know that, hey, if they guard the bridge well enough, they should be able to get a couple of points. They did that initially, and then they decided, you know what? That zone's going to be moving deeper and deeper to the islands. We already have, the right avenue of control. So they extended it out, and they've been able to eventually look for those pickoffs. And then down towards that fight in between T2K as well as Team Flash, Bose, that cheeky angle that he's been hiding by the buggy kind of deteriorated the chance for T2K, or if he didn't manage to take those two members out, very well, this could have actually been T2K that still has that firm control.
Definitely, Matt. I mean, it was bound to happen for a set of T2K. They were supposedly going to be able to come out of that round with a chicken dinner, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen at all. All you and tank. Fortress got to tank bounce for that one, though, for the first set of Team Flash. And now, get to see so far. Going in near for the set of Team Secret. Unfortunately for them, they had the best of all odds, but they put themselves in a situation where they couldn't really recover from. And unfortunately for them, they got overwhelmed. Team Flash, on the contrary, that was... I don't even know what to say, bro. You know exactly what you did, man. You did T2K dirty, bro.
They did him dirty, but that was a big clutch coming from Bose. I mean, not gonna lie. In those kind of situations, he's got those brick brains to really work out that kind of duel where usually it's only good for one knock, and then that's kind of it. But he managed to actually trade for two. So that is still a massive chunk of points being secured from the side of Team Flash. Now, let's take a comparison to the numbers. I mean, it's hard to really beat when this team just racked up a total of 20 points, right? So T2K Esports, despite not securing the chicken dinner, 28 points is what they walk away with here in the grand finals in match 5.
It's pretty hefty amount here, considering the fact that, where everything's going to be going down to the wire. No, not much of a major standout there, except for Team Flash. But now take a look at the MVP of the very game itself, and it is going to be no other than T2K Ajaya with 6 eliminations to his name. God damn.
Man, it just begs the question, like, if he's got 6, then the rest of his teammates just got just about similar numbers as well, right? 441 damage is something that is not easily achievable, and he's the one that has been the one to hold the rest of the teams. Remember that battle over the back? They went up against RRQ, there was Boom Esports, there was Alter Ego, and they just took out all the Indonesian party. They don't care what emblem that they're wearing. They are just sure to be the Indo Slayers.
Yeah, that's a pretty wild title to have, being the Indo Slayers, but they definitely owned it for sure, especially on the some casualties that were able to brought up that we're going to bring up in towards the very round itself. Take a look at the whole composition here. Top performers 5% of Igneous, and Rules himself Ajay with 6. Ooh, such a very high killing game here for a set of T2K. And with that being said, though, they're going to be able to bag in those 26 total points on the round there, bro.
It's just so wild. I mean, take a look at that. 4 tries with the chicken dinner. They're 10 points shy because they only got those 6 elimination points. I mean, these are monstrous numbers coming from T2K. While Team Flash, they've been able to still go on a hike and really found themselves some great catches where they've been able to deny T2K's victory. Meanwhile, it's still pretty much great numbers for these top teams from Vietnam to maintain themselves secret with double 8s coming from the Savior as well, double 5s for AZ Sumbler as well as Talon Esports. The Res Walk at least got themselves in certain application, but early on we saw Bigetron by Vitality. They got taken out very early, and not even walking with a point was just crushing them overall because they have not gotten a single round into the top 4.
Yeah, man. BTR by Vitality, I don't exactly know what's wrong with them, but that's just, I'm so stale over the course of like the last 5 rounds. And is it the gunfight's not really fitting to their way? Is it the way that they decide to take this one through? And on the first initial time that we worked together, Contra, we were able to witness a very convincing place for us to beat of a Vitality, but it didn't really happen. But now let's take a look at the tally on the scoreline. It is 79 points here for the side of Team Flash, 46 for the side of the Xavier. Vampire Esports will have 45, 38 for the side of T2K. APG will have 33 for themselves, same goes for the side of 79, and the rest will live on, bro.
That's right, and we're definitely seeing massive improvements coming out of the block. With that chicken dinner, or should I say the amount of 26 points, easily they've been able to reach back into the race here in the top four. Whereas improvements coming from the side of Team Secret as well as Talon Esports to see them pushing upwards. Todak right now sits down below alongside with BTR as they only had a couple of points that they've been able to back for the past couple of rounds, but this time not at all for the side of BTR. So I'm afraid that in the grand finals, if this continues to be the case, then some of these teams won't be able to even consider a challenge when it comes down to Smash Day on day 4.
Yeah, definitely, man. Well, with that being said, that's round number 5 said and done. We're going to be heading straight towards the last and final round. All right, after this break, we'll be right back, guys.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again, I lose control. Give me everything, it's what I want. Best I've ever been, I see the glow. Feel it deep within my soul. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I
We're finally down to the final match of day 1 here in the grand finals, and looks like we've got someone new to break the spree of the Vietnam domination, and that is 4 Tribes. T2K, they got themselves a lot of attention because they scored themselves a total of 19 points in that round and now are sitting in the top 4.
I don't know about you, bro, but I was really feeling myself for some Team Secret on the run. I mean, they had it all. They got the complete competition, but they just dropped the ball. But hey, it's okay. We go back to match number 6, and it is going to be Miramar. Top performer so far here, Miramar has been Team Flash with 7 average rank points to their name, average eliminations of 11, and their survivability is no question at all. 27 minutes to their name.
Yep, and they're the ones who actually back like 2 chicken dinners in a row, which is why they have like all the max stats over on their side, essentially. I mean, they are just so proficient on how they've been able to really play this out. So now, what's a big relief is that there's no such thing as an island ending, unless if it goes all the way into Impala, if it ever does. So I think like we're definitely getting a different kind of play style for sure. So this time, you know, Vampire Esports, they tried really hard for the first 3 games. They couldn't really get it. I think the 6th time is the charm, right? So my vote goes to VPE.
VPE, there you go. I think I'm going to go for Team Flash here. I feel like they're going to try to break the record and actually, you know, baggage free whatever their chicken dinners for today. So Team Flash, there you go. And what did he say about no island ending? You know, I played myself in the PC client back in the days, and you know where it ended? It was in the island on the eastern side of Puerto Paraíso, bro. That right there was pretty hectic.
It's crazy, man. It's like whoever gets the first dibs actually just wins out by default.
Is that a possibility in mobile?
Okay, I remember one of the global finals, the very final game, it actually ended up there. It's crazy. I tell you, like, the tension between the teams who was hoping to really score, and then there was like 2 teams that were really vying for the title. It was really a firm race, and man, I just gotta really rewatch the loss to recall who exactly won the championship. But then again, it's
possible. Okay.
It's very possible, but the likelihood is very low nowadays because like the tendency of the circle to drop near any form of water terrain is very, very low. So that kind of pulls the case where, you know, back then the old updates, they don't care if it's body of water. They never had this kind of coding where, oh, it negates water. And hence why sometimes you get ridiculous zones which actually just close into the bottom of water, and then like you see 2 tree swimmers trying to survive, and you can't do anything about it. It's so frustrating, you know? Like, it's crazy.
I've had a memory as well one time where I was playing the PC client once again, and I think the only obstacle that we had was the drop itself, the loot drop, nothing else. So we were trying to, like, you know, hop inside of the box, hop on top of the box, and try to take each other out. Oh, I guess they did get that fixed already. I mean, come again, I lost out a lot of years for PUBG itself overall, but hey, we'll see about it. Slight bit of, you know, yapping going on here, ladies and gentlemen, but now let us go straight towards the last and final round of the first day of the grand finals. Contra, we're heading straight once again to Miramar.
It's always gonna be some great battles that will take place in this legendary map, and I'm definitely down for a whole lot more. I mean, we saw how technical things can actually get, where teams so far love to go in for those third party. Whoever fights the first bullet here is definitely going to be really receiving the full brunt of the damage. So we'll have to see how this one plays out for the final matchup of the night here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. If you guys definitely want to get more of the action, make sure you tune in for the other days as well. Same time, same place. Make sure to subscribe and follow, as we are going to take you through the final course of the night.
Okay, here we go. Flight path here, going to be slicing north from the northern side of the map, heading straight to down south. Going to be leaning towards the western side of the map, so definitely going to be La Cabrera alongside El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, Chumaquera, alongside Battle del Mar, and Los Higos is going to be involved into the picture as well. There might be a long line that could happen as well, headed towards the direction of Los Leones, La Vendetta, alongside the Graveyard, and Hacienda del Beltran, and San Martin, and the water treatment as well, if ever any of the teams would like to drop in there. But regardless, it's not really the worst flight path of them all. I mean, pretty generous still. There's definitely going to be a lot of favorite drops from these squads that could definitely come through here, Contra.
True enough, and also I'm glad to see that almost every player actually gets their picture on the board already. Great Bull we've seen this face before back in Face Clan. I think the only reason why they didn't really include this picture is because they haven't delivered their brand new jerseys. So, yep, finally we get some of all these updates so you guys can see clearly. Talon, though, they're hanging out in the Oasis. Out of the many places to start off, a very interesting start. As 7-9 is also not too far off. Oh, what did we talk about body of water again? Excuse me? Are we serious about this time around? No teams really get into the zone from the get-go. Okay. Let's see how it is.
Impala. Making it happen. Making it happen, bro.
I think it's very highly likely that it's still on the mainland, but then again, I'm not too sure. We've been bamboozled 2 times already, 3 times actually tonight. And guess what? We got ourselves a little bit of a mix-up with Axel versus Zero. Oh, that was... Oh, wait! No chance for a reaction, but boom! We'll send Yummy to eventually make it uneven. So they will be able to at least go toe-to-toe, 1 point each.
Coming through here, yep, that's going to be the first blood here for the Southern Falcons. Unfortunately, no flying for you on this round, but look at this. Dindo on the bottom side of the screen. That's going to be a big goal standoff as well. And I'm not certain how this one's going to play out, but one for sure, yep, they are going to be here looking to go for the commitment. And it's going to be a battle here between Alter Ego Ares and AZ Slumber.
Yeah, I saw a member reaction taking the explosive crossbow just to try to erupt whatever's inside of the areas. Miz now finds them pretty much botched up. And oh, beautiful knock with the jump shot on that micro Uzi red dot. Here, Alba coming across, he kind of pulls a little bit of decoys just to pull away from their other teammates. But instead, they're withered down. AE, they don't really seem to have the health bars to work with.
True here. But looking here with a teammate as well, they're gonna go for the triple challenge, they're gonna go for the pinch, and Alter Ego Ares just like that. Gonna be eliminated from this last and final round. Unfortunate for the set of Alter Ego Ares. I don't think that hell. Oh, that's what are you doing? Yep, he's mad, bro. He's mad and hungry.
He's even taking the crossbows out just to explode on his own teammates at the very same time. I mean, they're having a whole lot of fun out here. And take a look at Alter Ego stagnating even further. At the very least, they got 21 points. I mean, that is directly in the middle of the pack right now. But then that's not good enough, sitting at 11th spot. Very easily, the rest of the teams will look to overtake the U-High boy. Gets a catch over onto Boo. There's just no other room where Talon could actually walk away from this. That's the problem about dropping in Oasis. You're not exactly in a city full of loots, and then when you want to exit, there's still areas to cover. Like, I don't know whether it's the areas of La Bandita or even over on the North Point where you have other shacks to play with. So, easy punishment coming from the 7-9. Yep,
definitely. Whew. Bit of a hefty start here for the set of Zeus, though. Has to win to himself. Backs away, though. I'm not going to go for commitment. But more so over, I'm kind of expecting the tone of the game is going to be a bit more, stale, at least from the first initial. I mean, after all, you are at the grand finals, and it's the last and final round, so you want to, overcommit to certain things. It's not a team flash, though. They're going to be sitting pretty on the dramatic lead for themselves. And so far, we're just, exploring the horizon of Miramar, where there's just really nothing much going on here so far. I mean, we still got, 3 minutes before stage 1 decides to close out. So if we take a look at the rotation now here, Mass is going to be the latest team out there for sure. Going to be holding on towards the top left of the map there. I just have to come across and meet a man up against 7-9 and D Xavier. Well, in the process, though, inside of the zone, Lost Leon is still going to be in for the big picture. And so far, we do get to see Team Flash alongside Vampire Esports, Team Secret into the mixture alongside Telecom Digi Alliance.
Yeah, plenty of space to be claimed right now. Puerto Paraiso definitely will be a really good spot to also hold out to the late game. I'm not liking the fact that even with the update, there's still those 3 little islands involved. So Yep. I don't know what are the odds, but hey, I won't count it out. Look at the rest of the field, though. Team Secret now being tagged up. And that's coming from Superman. I guess it really takes a Vietnamese team to really take on another. I mean, it's nothing new. We've seen plenty of that prior to this. Frankie immediately gets hustled up. Still no points whatsoever for the rest of Team Secret now. With a den being put on them. The rest of MVKE feeling a little bit more ambitious to continue on this rally up against these guys. Daki at least spots one member on the far side. But it's definitely gonna take a while before they actually converge once again. So both sides will probably look to go their separate ways. More so, the call is from Team Secret because Vikings, they want to re-aggress if they could. Shots being fired, and oh, that's actually coming from Rules.
Hefty for sure, and Vikings 1T. Mimi goes out. Ajay able to get the kill, though. Making a double overall here for the side of T2K. With Vikings now here, trampling to their feet, losing one player in the process. T2K, though, they're going to be able to get the reset, definitely. And now it's going to be a bit of a whole chase down here for Igneous. He doesn't want to let go of the players, so the Vikings, I'm not too certain if this might be the best of all choice or the worst decision of all. But so far, the first initial frag comes into the play here for Jukai. As Team Secret, they put themselves into the mixture.
Wow, an intense trade back and forth between these three teams. And Mimi's hoping to actually find a way to hold out. Rules having some avenues for a pickup as well, so Mimi ensures that there's just going to be just about enough safety net, but the rest of Team Secret is already closing right in. There's been enough space for it to actually play out. Where is the rest of T2K, though? They need to actually form backing, and Ajaya's coming right through. And now, with the high ground advantage, Daki goes for more.
Once again, a lot more, definitely. Oh, Daki no falls to his ground. And now it's going to be Doki trying to get the respawn as well, but he eats a bullet to the face. Up in the head. Drops down on the floor. And T2K is able to get the reset as well. Close it out. You got two players knocked here from the hands of Team Secret. You got to mention that Team Secret hasn't had the best of all days coming from the first initial run of the grand finals. Duke's going to try to go for the reset. Mimi's there from the front side. Going to go for the spray on by, but now the players hold her on, and it's going to be T2K eliminating the players of Team Secret.
They have the last lap fight until a little bit. And you remember back in the days when they used to drop into the same city with Team Secret, this time they plotted out perfectly because there was that ambush coming in from the side of MBK, and T2K has the last blast here in the finals.
Big old spray here for Doc from the side of Alpha Gaming. APG Refoster finds one connecting. Make it easy as well. They're looking to hurt a lot and try to rush the players of Celicom Digi Alliance.
Ooh, I gotta catch a breather here. I mean, so many fights in a short span of time, and now we can get a little bit more of that reset. Just a little bit of a puffer fishing coming from some of these teams just to ensure a little bit more room for them to just, of course, skill across the Desert Dune overall. And while they traverse some of all these tricky scenarios, the rest of Bigetron looking to be firmly planted over on the south side. Just by the edge of the zone, they should be able to actually play this out accordingly. I believe now with the brand new update of the area, this is actually seeing a lot more teams to be back in the mainland. No focus onto the island, thankfully. So Impala is going to be not covered this time around. Therefore, right now, the situation is all those teams will have to find an entry into the city.
Big old grind here for the rest of the crew. Oh, looking straight down for the side of Yoru for the set of Talon Esports, and gets one for himself. A man goes down to the ground. He gets another as well. Oh my God, Yoru! Out of his mind. Someone check his phone, please.
Insane, I tell you. And that's crazy. I mean, can you imagine his APM? It doesn't matter if you use this gyroscope on the settings or not, but that flake onto two fast-moving vehicles, hitting it pixel perfect, that was definitely one of the play highlights of the day.
Check his phone. Check his phone, bro. Someone gotta check his phone, bro.
I
Clean
mean,
everything. History. Everything. Trace back any history line, bro. That completely dismantled the odds of Sam 9 off this round.
it feels so illegal. It feels so illegal. Sam 9 was hunting for him, right? And he was the final member. It's crazy.
Look at the circle. Look at the circle, bro. Oh my days. This is about to get bloody.
Very, very bloody. And at the very least, you know, you get a big portion of it being over on the high grounds. And then there's a lot of all these dips as well. I don't know, it's going to be a King of Hill matchup so late into the night. But D-Saber, they're trying to assign themselves directly in the centers. Vampire Esports also fighting for that space. But it's all along Team Flash that was firmly planted. So I think this could very well be another Team Flash game. But with so many crowd, it's hard to say. I mean, they could easily be flustered. Speaking of getting flustered here, the rest of Vikings now challenging onto another Vietnamese team. Harden! Oh! Perfect timing.
Shaking. All blood, bullet, tears. Jetted upon his battlefield in Miramar. Reminder closing it up and walks into the direction of the Xavier, and AT gets a kill. Oh, but the trade from the far side doesn't matter. They can get the reset, and that's going to be enough as well to eliminate the players of the Vikings.
Just beautiful, beautiful stuff coming out of this Xavier right now, but the coast is not clear. Another team driving by. And take a look. APG, Team Flash, full stack rosters eyeing out on the weakened side of the Saber. I say weakened, there's only one member being knocked down. So I think that it's not too hard for them to really go on a reset. Vampire Esports also lurking around. I mean, take a look at this. This team know what's up. They know that this is definitely the focal point of where you need to be if you want to play the end game. I mean, it's still stage 3. There's definitely certain hardships to be expected eventually. But even so, take a look at how many teams already looking to play over onto those vantage points of the hill. I lost count already, but Todak definitely is one on top of the list alongside with AC Slumber. Speaking of which, they're driving side by side at the moment. There's the give chase over onto 9, Cleon over on the other far end. They say they don't want no business against the rest of AC Slumber for the meantime. They just want to hunker down somewhere else, but instead, they take the foothill. There is a little bit of a bit that they could actually use for cover for the meantime. Some shred being done over on the buggy, but that's as much as they could get coming out of AC Slumber.
Pretty hefty so far. AC Slumber here has been pretty much a big staple here for today's broadcasts. I mean, definitely hasn't been able to prosper at all in regards to any kind of things done, especially in regards to getting the last and final placement, but they're definitely up there. For the time being, though, we go back here to Todak, where so far they're not really in the best of shape or form, but for the time being, those zones going to be closing in once again. Where's going to be the next shift? Is it going to be towards the direction Los Leones or no man's land? Now we get to see it does go for a bit of a split. Now we go back here towards Schreiber Massey. There are some shots here up against Sim 9. It's not really looking great for them, and that's going to be an elimination here. Sim 9 is not going to be away from the round.
I mean, they got withered down very early on. All thanks to that member of Talon that really put a dent to them. I can't forget about it. But then again, when we take a look at that zone, right? DX is one of the few teams that actually has a solid compound to work with, so you expect a lot of teams to be crashing towards that direction. Not an easy place for other teams to flush. I mean, you saw that firm hold from DX early on, just proving the point. As they play super defensively, same goes to Boom Esports, now holding down the line up against the rest of the rival. AZ Slumber dropping those nades. Mastery had to reposition, but oh, that big connection coming out of Mastery with the flag, finding 2 right behind the wall.
So much mix up now here, Boom Am. Pushing through. On the bottom side, Pubg gonna call for a reset here, but a player of RQ trying to chase him down. Mix. Again, Boom Esports not really feeling this very moment so far. AZ4 thrives now here into the play as well alongside AZ Slumber. It's a 4-way clash now on the feed. AZ Slumber finds the player away from Zeta Boom Esports. Boom. Bomb Pit is now going to be out. Asian Brian still trying to sustain his life away One of his team is going to be down on the rooftop. Has an overview. The nade connects. Oh, the nade connects. Tolak's not going to be eliminated. Pushing through for luck. Able to get one for himself. And looking to get another as well as time passed by.
4 tries, so perfect on timing as a third party, and right now they know that Mix is over on the rooftops. He has to quickly reposition, giving away that elevated point. And that makes it a little bit easier. And by the arrival of 4 tries, Boom Esports forced to play very defensively. Oh, he soaks in the nade. Oh, thankfully, Miz is still A-okay. He's got to heal up, though. 2 smokes being popped up. Now, all 3 teams here are sitting by the outskirts. They still got 1 minute to go, but can they wrap it up within that 1 minute time?
Be sufficient amount of time here. Look, watch the nade. I saw the nade. Oh, he gets a tag. This is a reposition. The nade once again. Music's well. Just one true, another nade by Stas, but no. No connections there, but from the top side. 1 player 4 tries, gets tagged up. Another nade flies in. He does a reposition. Falak accumulates the kill. And now, battle ensues with the last and final player here for a set of AC Slumber. Another nade gets to go for the hook, and that's going to be a confirmed elimination for the side of 4 tribes.
And all 4 of those points go to the back for Falak. A maestro here in the desert. And now it's TTK's turn to go on from the defense. Not too much, as Nuggets actually finds it in return. Bring him in even more, but it's just slowly devastating. Mimi, though, goes in for a trade out. Oh, not quite enough, as they all got funneled into this longhouse. 5 points in the bag. Total of 7 for RRQ. Red Trigger Keon right now, holding the most numbers here in the field.
Let's take a look at the circle here. Going to be shifted once again. Planning a main street on the mid side. Get to see sense of casualties here for the set of APG and Tribe Massey. Oh, Tribe. Oh, APG. Able to get it done. 5 to their name, make it 6 overall. And that's going to Tribe Aramasi out away from this round as well. But APG, they still got RRQ to worry about.
I don't think they're too concerned right now. The only concern is to really reposition into the zone. And neither one of these parties actually got the zone right now. They're the ones getting hunkered down. Because D-Saber, they're waiting inside the zone, hoping that they follow suit. And then they will be funneled into their crosshairs. D-Saber have a smoked up monster truck, though. I mean, they could just put it to good use and maybe turn it into some temporary cover later on. Now, RQ running out in the open. Levi's first contact. Receives all that intel, but RQ, what's going to be the call here? They did manage to have a member to be able to secure themselves a zone. But APG, they're left outside. It's going to be a rough call. APG, what do they do right now?
Goes for the shot. Finds the last and final player of Celcom. Digi lands as well. APG, they want to end off on a high note as well. Again, another one here. Trying some shots towards the direction of RQ once again. They don't want to have any breaks at all. They just want to go for it. 8 squads remaining here, Contra. And it's all to look at the top 3 squads here. Team Flash, the Xavier, and Vampire Esports alongside APG. All complete set of players.
It's just such a tough call. As much as it seems like there's a lot of room to play, all these terrains are making it so difficult. BTR this time have finally made it into the top 8 after a lackluster run throughout day 1. Maybe they can form up something up against Team Flash, who's up on top of the hill. Back towards the side of Alpha Gaming. Somehow they managed to really play around the far western end, and it was a clear passage for them. And now that one member of DX stuck right behind the wheels. Believe that to be Levi's. The last we saw, he was the one with the monster truck. Another angle onto RQ at the very same time. APG, with all of that intel, they could just maybe take some really firm commitment from right across. Whereas BTR, look at that 2-2 split going on. Perhaps they're looking to claim that hillside, but I believe they should have understood by now that there's definitely certain teams who opt to do exactly the same. And that was already Team Flashbang Planet over on top side. Back towards the side of 4 tries. Oh, they're also by the outskirts. There's going to be an update on the zone in a short moment, and Rifus finally gets a catch.
I'm going to be closing in once again. Look at the southern side of the circle is going to be preoccupied by at least 4 squads. APG and RQ trying to fight for the top ridge. The Xavier coming in across as well. They might just be able to pinch out the players of RQ. Oh,
Big updates. Right now, anyone's game. RQ sandwich in between. APG is looking to push towards that direction as well. So this is going to be a big fight between DX, RQ, and APG.
oh RQ just he's going to go down. Just high. Lepar puts himself into the run. Finds Levi's 007. Finds the shot up to the S12 to the head. He secure elimination here as well. RQ falling to their knees. And they're gonna be picked apart by part, falling like flies. No guys, you're gonna get tagged off. Paragen, only one more bullet to connect, but no. The reset for Noga will be brought over. Still, long range fights, over commitments has led to mishaps for the side of RQ, and that's gonna be Lamborghini finding another player out away from RQ. One last player, and that's going to be Nogut here for the side of RQ Rio.
This is a perfect read coming from DX in order to really hunker down and just starve the rest of RQ out of space. They're now back up against the blue zone as well. He's just got to find any form of points. And if he could actually get a knock here, it will be absolutely favorable. He's trying to see if he can actually catch onto Levi's. And now sprinting across that space. He's not going to be let off the hook. Here comes those double grenades. Tossing in his direction.
Oh! Beautiful shot for Levi to eliminate RQ now here for the last and final round of the day. BTR holding on to the top side. Vampire Esports now here on the compound. BTR has been known for closing up the day with a banger. And now it all leads up to this fight here between them and Vampire Esports. Traps in the process, finds another player out away from the Xavier, grants him 5 eliminations to their name, but now the battle persists here between the players of BTR and Vampire Esports.
It's high ground advantage for BTR, but it does not matter all too much. Vexy on the push, and he got punished for it. Mello was absolutely ready with the SOK, and he's going out for more. Nate's now being tossed right in for traps, and there we go. A big collateral, and Red Bull just made it look so easy, and now it's only one active member for the side of BTR, but they trade back with an 8! Oh, it catches on to Red Bull.
Ooh. Bit of a mishap there. Watch the nade. Oh, falls a bit too short. The second one, not going to be able to connect. We're going to be able to heal up once again. It's going to be a total reset here for the side of Vampire Esports. Lamborghini, though, will be the last and final player for the side of the Xavier, and he gets eliminated as well by the side of 4 Thrives.
4 tries after securing that chicken dinner. They look to be so well back in form. But now, a member still limping. Wondering if they could actually do something about it. They did manage to go in for a pickup. Going for a grand reset right now while the rest of APG at foul. And opening up against those members of Team Flash on separate ways. Win could not afford to be knocked down right now. Ref was now cooking a big one. Is it going to connect? Not so.
Exactly. Peace. Overviewing the players of Team Flash as well. Really anyone's ball game here, Contra. So unpredictable how this one's going to pan out. Red Bull finds no key from the side of 4 Thrives. It'll be another casualty that Vampire Esports trying to initiate. BTR, they had a full composition, but they fell onto the hands of the Vampire Esports in the other way around. And it's going to get cooked here with Refus. Throws it down. Falls a bit too short here for Zeus. No need now. The zone's going to be closing in now. A minute and 30 seconds to all out. Gil finds one all across. And Rampage, as the game would say. APG on 10 eliminations.
APG, 10 points on the block and still have all 4 members intact. They're playing it so efficiently. Hoping to actually claim the zone for themselves. Ferrales decide to bow to the blue zone instead of getting picked up by other teams, denying that point away from the rest of the field. BTR finally making their way into the top 5, but that botch push coming into Team Flash has definitely got them pretty much sunk right down under. Vampire Esports 4-stack as well. Now it's going to be a 4-way battle. It's going to be a hard descent for the rest of these members of 4 tries. Only 2 members left. As you can see, back and forth going on. The nades are falling right through. It's a big battle between VPE versus Team Flash.
VPE has always been putting themselves into a situation. Will they prevail out of this once again? Oh, Dog finds the nade to connect up against Zeus. Lazarus into the mix as well. APG alongside Vampire Esports getting the players of Team Flash caught in a pinch. Simultaneously, Lazarus still finds one more player out away from the scene. Team Flash, last 2 players to hold on to. Vampire Esports looking like they want to strike for another run for today's broadcast.
It's going to draw to a close right now. Here comes the full push, and it's actually a sharp number between APG as well as Vampire Esports as they ganged up on Team Flash to take them all out. But by doing so, 2 members of APG have been picked off already. 4 tries, 1 member left, remaining right inside the shack, and they're going on to duke out 1v1, but it's a big deletion. Stop! They secure it. They take down 4 tries, and now it's between the 2 teams. VPE with the numbers. I might just add another point to the tally.
Ooh, a little bit of composure. You're able to get this one done, or Thailand, Vampire Esports, APG. 2 to 4 to go. Odds favoring the players of VPE, Vampire Esports. Call it. Your nade's gonna get cooked up. Oh, Doc, are you ready for it? Watch the nade. Eyes on the nade. And it tags him down to half. Information's gonna be relayed any moment in time. The Vampires can go for the strike, and this should be their game.
Oh, it's just so tough right now for Rufus to even try to find an opening. He definitely does have a better angle to work with as compared to Doc, who's currently having the attention span of Lazarus. Red Bull looking to seek out any form of a nook and cranny that they could possibly pull off from to benefit them to at least draw the fight a little bit closer from here on out. But still it remains, resources-wise, Vampire Esports still have more to stash away with. To put it to good use up against the rest of the members of APG. It only boils down to the matter of moments right now. Ruthless now running out of space, and that could be problematic.
APG. I think they're bad here so far, but there's just no sense of angle at all. It's well given fact as well that Vampire Esports, all they gotta do is wait it out because the pressure is just gonna be for the side of APG. Another nade flies in. Good run. And that's gonna be the shots fired. Oh, Red Bull finds Doc away, and that's gonna be Refus all alone. And hands down, Vampire Esports, they close it out with the chicken dinner for the first day of the grand finals.
So clean, and finally they've been able to do it. 3 rounds coming into second place and always being denied. This time they will be denied no longer. They secure themselves a win, and hopefully more so tomorrow when they go back at it once more here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. But despite this win, I believe the number of frags is still way higher coming in from those members of APG.
Yeah, GG is well played, Vampire Esports. It was definitely a bringing run for them. I mean, they were always there, composed and putting themselves on towards the top 2 competition. And guess what? You're able to get this one down once again, bro.
Yeah, it's just so beautifully executed. Those convincing pushes as well as the hold. I mean, they first have to win out that trade between BTR, and that was just handsomely paying them out because the rest of BTR could not even set foot inside of the Longhouse. And from that point onwards, they moved out and found themselves, those players of Team Flash, also getting bombarded by those members of APG, and they just basically took every single chance that they got. Overall, it's been a team effort. As you can see, the damage numbers being spread across the list, but it was Lazarus as well as Red Bull to be the main man, to be able to just put out the damage control. And on top of that, I think that overall, they haven't been soaking too much damage other than Schweppes really being the guy that's been drawing all the attention to himself.
Oh, my days. What a run that we've had here for today, man. A lot of awesome, definitely. 4 rounds for the side of Vietnamese, 1 for the side of Pakistan, and 1 for the side of Thailand. Yeah. I mean, just overall, really great round there for the side of Vampire Esports. I can't even bring in any more analytical points, bro. I'm just pretty exhausted because my days, this grand finals overall has been getting me on my tippy toes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long week overall. And then on top of that, when we take a look at those number charts, I mean, definitely has to be APG, right? They managed to stash away with those double-digit elimination points. And now that you mentioned about chicken dinners, it's so weird to see that there's not a single chicken dinner from Indonesia for today, because every other day there's always like a win from Indonesia. And today they're on a cold form for majority of the case. So that part Esports, they finally get rewarded. They dish out a lot of damage, but they only managed to secure 6. Whereas APG, it's a lot of conversions that they did manage to at least secure in this round itself.
Yeah, GG's well played. Overall, I mean, APG, fortunate for them, man. I mean, they've always been, you know, this type of squad that can just, you know, go out wild and ham at the start of the round. But ever towards the time where we're actually going to be able to see them just bag this one through and claim the good old chicken dinner for themselves. So now, take a look at the MVP though for the match. It is going to be Zoral here with 6 eliminations to his name.
Yep, that was absolutely fantastic coming out of Zyle, managing to deal 901 damage and also supplementing with all the utilities to keep themselves afloat at the meantime. So that's a huge number of contribution, as you can see that, you know, the members of APG, once given the room for them to really rock up, they always will be able to take charge. But of course, that being said, we're definitely hoping to get more out of APG, which only start to show up towards the latter stages of this evening. So to join alongside with him is actually Nuga as well as Balak, who's been absolutely phenomenal, and who's forgetting Doc as well, who's been able to always supplement to Zyle's charges every time.
Definitely. No got though on the process for Sadabar. He was pretty nasty as well. And talk about Falak, bro. The god nades from Falak. This guy he definitely put up a spotlight here for the set of 4 tribes. For the set of APG, we got Doc as well there. But now we take a look at the tally. APG will actually get the most points here in total. Let's say we're able to get 6 off the placement, 13 for the initial eliminations, and just total of 19 points there.
Yep, that's a hefty chunk that it does allow APG to move deeper into the top 3 in that sense. Vampire Esports, I believe that with another 16 points secured alongside with this chicken dinner, they should be sitting comfortable at the top. 4 tribes also securing another big number after, you know, that previous round, and now they carry it forward with this momentum. So this time around, you can see that it extends all the way to 8th, where we have Talon Esports also securing a good average of 5, whereas the rest of the field managing to, you know, fight for any form of scraps. And then we got those typical numbers out there, a little bit more headshots this time, so to speak. Zyle, I'm not surprised that he's also been landing those nifty shots, and this one covering 353 meters.
Boom, headshot. 16 to the name overall. I mean, it was definitely a game that kind of felt pretty devoted into, you know. So, enough to be said, though. I mean, how much more are we going to be able to see here, Contra?
Well, I don't know if there's going to be much more, but I kind of want to flex those numbers. I did manage to get my prediction right again. So how many points did I get? Can we flash it up for a second? I don't know if they could, but then again, I didn't expect to have been able to score so much. I know somebody looks a little unhappy here, but then again, hey, you got there's some number of points too. Just
keep on talking.
Don't have me flexing for a little bit. Oh, there we go. Wait. Didn't I predict the Vampire Esports? Did we? Was it?
No, you didn't.
I didn't. Who did I vote for?
You voted for. Oh, you did.
You did.
I did. You got 5 to your name now, huh?
So yep, I'll count it as 5, and then that's my run for the entire show already. So I'm pretty proud of it.
Same goes for me, man. I don't know if you did we get to see the tally already for the overall board. I don't even know. Yeah, not just yet. We have the overall MVP so far with 21 eliminations to his name. That is your boy. You, Dios, Darius. I don't know, but one for sure, you are the MVP.
Yep. I mean, take a look at those absurd numbers, right? Like 3,000 over damage. Usually it's being done by one full squad, but this guy is a squad himself. Like, he's got 21 eliminations to his name right at this moment, where he's always been up there on his crazy numbers game up against the rest of the field. So, of course, to challenge that statement is going to be members of APG, but hey, right now, Team Flash is definitely having him as Mr. Reliable throughout the span of the playoffs up till this very day. So expect more to come coming out of Team Flash over the span of the grand finals. And I did talk about APG. Doc coming at a close second.
Definitely, man. Woo. Doctor on second place. Third for set of Red Bull overall. Most there on the number 4 spot, and Nate T as well from Zeta D Xavier. Well, those are your numbers there for the road to MVP. We still got a lot more days to go here for the grand final, so let's believe 6 out of 24 matches have now been played. We'll see about it. Can't wait to see what's the overall ranking. Overall here, I feel like Vampire Esports definitely going to be there on top of the board, and they're going to be able to set the tone here pretty well. But the overall factors, though, before anything else, is going to be Dice once again with 21, Doc with 17, 14 for set Red Bull, 13 for the set of Bows, and Rexfry with 12 from set of 7-9. Malaya OP, baby.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now is Vietnam OP'er, you know. Zeus, his numbers is just second to none right now. He's the first one to hit those 20-pointer mark, so expect him to still add more of that tomorrow. So of course we'll keep an eye out for the rest of the field, both also being one part of Team Flash to also keep up to the pace. So we're hoping to actually see the rest of the teams to be able to use this as an inspiration to put their face on the list as well. Vampire Esports, I expected them to actually be up there, but then again, I forgot. Team Flash, they have been super consistent. Look at the amount of points that they got today. 86 in total.
Yeah, 86 for them. Remember Esports, bagging this one true 61 back-to-back. I mean, whew, just getting wins over wins here overall. On the first to the board, pretty much staple squads now. And VK, just climbed down here, but 4 tribes, big progression for them there. Now it could be part of the number 6 spot. Now, can't wait to see what second page offers. And so far, RQ, they do climb by +2, +1 for Talon, +2 for the set of BTR by Vitality, which is quite shocking at most. Because if you get to tell, BTR by Vitality hasn't been having the best of all days. But there has been worse teams so far. It has been Team Secret alongside Telecom, Digital Alliance, and Todak.
Yeah, and overall, it's really a tough day out, right? So many of these Erangel circles are all inside the island. So I guess, like, unless these teams really know the back of their hand on how to really go in safely, then they will have better ones. So tomorrow, I don't know if it's going to be the same kind of record being played, but then again, well, I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing. We also see, you know, generally the Indonesian teams starting to step up slowly and steadily. So don't count it out just yet, because at any given point in time, these teams over on the second page, they can still find ways to bounce back up if they could, you know, secure double chicken dinners, just like how Team Flash did for this evening.
Definitely, man. But with that being said, Contra, that's going to be a wrap for our run here for the Ruthless Showdown Invitational 12. Well, tomorrow we don't exactly who's going to be joining on the Death Warning for sure. They're going to be slaying the mic as well. But for the time being, our story ends here. Warden Contra out for this tournament. If I'm not mistaken, Contra, I'm not like calling you. I'm not putting you off here. No.
Don't worry about that, man. It's been a great ride with you here, Warden. And of course, we'll be taking an early rest. You guys will be joined by other casters over the span of the grand finals. So make sure you guys first enjoy your time. Drop us a follow on our social platform whatever you guys feel like, if you guys enjoyed the broadcast. So for now, of course, we bid you good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Step into the ring. to the